Check, check, check. Check, check, check. So this is a problem, you know, when I can't see the chat, I don't know. All right, well, what are we? A few minutes in, and I'm just now being able to be heard. Let's see if YouTube can hear me. Nope. They don't even say I'm live yet. Well, at least you on Facebook can hear me. Jake Ben says, we're good. Ricky says it works now. Matthew says, screams at top of lungs. Sound check. Thank you, everybody on Facebook, for letting me know that this wasn't working. But now it's working. Am I even live on YouTube? I am. I'm live on YouTube, but I still can't see the chat because they haven't given me a notification. Anyway, well, I'm lost. I don't even remember where I was in that rambling spiel that I was on that you didn't hear. So you can't help me. You don't know what I was talking about. You know what this calls for? Coffee. Milosh sends stars. Thank you very much, Milosh. I appreciate it, my friend. Amy says I can't get the stream to show up on YouTube. Yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about. There are hundreds of people watching on YouTube right now, but YouTube is just slowly kind of sending the signal out to people randomly, not consistently like they used to and like Facebook does. So I'm on my own YouTube page and I haven't even gotten a notification that I'm live yet. It's just insanity. And I know many of you are on Facebook right now because you can't get it to show up on your YouTube yet. They're just not giving you a signal. It used to be that they would give me an actual link where the show would show up. So even if it wasn't sending out a notification on YouTube, if you had the link, you could still watch it before YouTube sent the notification out. But they've even changed that. So I'm just beside myself. Anyway, where was I? Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. Technical difficulties this morning, but we're all good. And of course, I'm going to blame Microsoft because they did another forced mandatory Windows update on Sunday. And you know, the way I typically work is I turn my computers on and I don't turn them off for months unless absolutely necessary or there's some sort of mechanical or technical problem. Because I've got 130 tabs open in 3 different browsers. And that's how I keep track of what I'm working on. You know, if I have a little shopping going on in these browsers, or if I'm managing some video metadata in these browser windows, or I'm doing research for a video in these tabs. Like, I've got it all organized the way I like it, and I understand what's going on. But if any of that messes up, like I'll be lost. I won't know what to do. And so these forced mandatory Windows updates are just the bane of my existence because they'll shut off my computer in the middle of the night and I'll lose all of that. Thankfully, I've got it. I got it set up so that Chrome saves my tabs, but sometimes it doesn't. Right? It's just a pain in the butt. Anyway, this has happened every time Windows has done an update to my system. They've changed my sound settings, which I don't get. Right? I could understand losing out on a saved tab, but every time they've updated Windows, they've completely changed my sound settings, and I have a very complicated sound setup because I've got a preamp here connected to my microphone here, and then the game sound on this computer is actually going into the line in slot at the back of this computer. All of that's being fed into a splitter and then into OBS, wherein I can mess with sound levels. Like, it's complicated, right? I got everything set up the way I like it, and it works. And then Windows goes and messes it all up with some Windows update, and they got to fiddle with the sound settings. Before the broadcast, I couldn't hear anything in my headphones, and so I probably spent 30 minutes trying to figure out what they did, and I got it fixed, but I forgot to check the mic. And so I go live, and it's not, you can't even hear me. You can't even hear me. Oh, more coffee. Jake Benz says it's the Institute's fault that we couldn't hear you. I'll blame the Institute. We can blame Father. It's Father's fault. Jessica Sharp says, hey, Ox, I'm watching you from my sickbed. I have a bad cold. Keep up the awesome content. Well, I'm so sorry to hear about your bad cold, Jessica. I hope you feel better really soon. I'm going to keep on keeping on. I've taken precautions. Last flu season just knocked me out. It was absolutely awful. And so this year, I mean, we got flu shots last year too. So I don't know how good it's going to do me. But this year, I got myself and my kids flu shots early. Like in September, we got it all done and taken care of. We didn't even want to get touched this year. What with COVID-19 going on and then the flu season coming up. So, I know that's very different from a cold, but I hope you recover. It's that time of year where people are going to be sick and spreading germs, and it's just scary out there right now. It's finally up on YouTube, says Amy, swapping over. This is the ultimate irony. I'm a YouTube streamer, and I have to be on Facebook watching my own chat before I know that I'm up on YouTube so that I can get my YouTube chat going up. It's this latest change that YouTube did is just ridiculous. I know that's there we go. I'm finally there. Anyway, what was I saying? What I was saying before I realized that I was muted is that I hope you had a good weekend, everybody. I hope you had a great time. I had a great time. I had my niece and my nephew over, and my brother came over, and he spent the night, and the kids had a sleepover, and which has been great. And the only problem is that my brother's really getting into politics. And I understand, because it's a political season, and there's an election coming up, and it's really important. But of course, it's always really important, right? Every 4 years, it's like the end of the world. No, this is the election that matters, guys. That last one, yeah, that was great. But this one, this is the election that matters, guys. So, I understand. It's every 4 years, everyone gets all really excited. But my brother's typically not, like into it. But now he's really getting into it. And so he came over with his kids, and we watched the kids play, and it was so fun watching them play. And then my brother comes to my office, and I'm smoking my cigar, and he's got his cigarettes, and he's just talking politics at me for like hours and hours. And man, I tried to listen and to be a good family member and to pay attention and to give him all of my attention. But there was a point where I was like done. I'm like, man, we've got our kids here. Can we just focus on the kids now? I'm kind of done with politics. Anyway, so he's getting all caught up on the politics thing, and I know that many people are, but I'm not. I'm not. I'm trying to stick clear of that. But I had a really good weekend, and I hope you guys had a good weekend. I published the schedule for the coming week earlier this morning. I went to bed early last night. I couldn't do it last night because I was exhausted from the weekend. We made Belgian waffles. I learned how to make Belgian waffles. I bought a new Belgian waffle iron. It's not like a Belgian waffle maker. It's an actual iron, like a waffle iron. I have to put it over either a fire or a range. I put it over a range. And I got pretty good. I bought a Belgian waffle mix, and I made the kids Belgian waffles with whipped cream and maple syrup and peanut butter. Have you ever had peanut butter on waffles and pancakes before? I never did that growing up, but a nanny, one of my nannies, told me about it, saying that putting peanut butter on the pancakes is really tasty, and I tried it, and it's good. Peanut butter and honey, not bad. I had peanut butter and honey on my waffle, and my kids still like the traditional maple syrup, Anyway, so yeah, I've got this week's schedule published on YouTube right now if you want to check it out. Basically, it's today's Disco Elysium. Tomorrow is going to be Wasteland 3. Wednesday is going to be Horizon Zero Dawn. Thursday, I have another appointment, but we will be doing Scotch and Smoke Rings later that night, and we will either be playing Resident Evil 7 DLCs or Resident Evil 2. And the reason I'm kind of on the fence there is because I finished 2 of the DLCs for Resident Evil, and I was told after the broadcast that those were really the last 2 that had story. That the remaining 2 DLCs were challenge-based. You go and you get to complete this mission under a certain time, or kill this many guys in a time limit, or stand in this room and survive for 4 minutes, and that kind of stuff isn't very fun, right? It's boring. So if that's, I'm going to take a look at those DLCs, and if that's the way they are, then we're going to skip them. But if they have story, then we're going to do them. So that's basically where we're at. It's either going to be the Resident Evil 7 DLCs, or it's going to be Resident Evil 2 for the broadcast on Thursday. So, heads up there. Welcome new member Ethan S. Although I recognize the name, so I don't know if you're a new member or not. Maybe resubscribing. David says, achoo, don't worry, I'm wearing a mask. Thank you, David. All that social distancing is good. Douglas Delegard says, hey, Oxhorn, and all in chat. Hey there, Douglas. So good to see you, my friend. Jake Bands on Facebook says, I just finally got my hands on a good graphics card for my PC build. Well, congratulations, Jake, and I hope it works out well. Josh Bunton says, lol, your talk on Belgian waffles has made me hungry. Man, I don't eat breakfast. I used to be a big breakfast guy. I mean, I still am. I still love a nice big breakfast. But I haven't been eating breakfasts for a very long time. I've just been skipping that meal. So over the weekend, it was really nice to make a nice big meal for the kids, and I saw the waffles I was making, and I had to have one. I had to have a nice big old thick round Belgian waffle. It was like heaven, joy that I haven't experienced in far too long. Milosh says, we see you, and sends some stars twice. That was from earlier in the broadcast. Jake says, testing 1, 2, test. That was from earlier in the broadcast as well. Thank you both for your support. Gage Man says, how much for you to play Fallout 4 with me? You know what? There's no price on the joy you can have in the experiences that you can create by playing a single-player game alone, by yourself. And I wouldn't rob you of that, right? There's nothing that I could be paid to rob you of playing that game by yourself. So I encourage you to just put on some good music, dive into the world of Fallout 4, and become immersed in its excellent storytelling. KT says, peanut butter on waffles. Only way I've eaten them since I was a kid. See, that was new to me. And I tried it, and it was great. Ethan with a very generous tip. Very generous. Thank you, Ethan. Says, sorry for letting my membership lapse. My mom and I caught COVID, and the last few months have been really rough. Glad to be back with the Oxettes. Hope everyone's been doing okay and staying safe. Ethan, I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm so glad that you're back with us today. We've been doing well. We've been playing great games. You've got a lot to catch up on, but I'm so grateful that you're feeling so much better. Thank you for coming back, and I hope you and your mom stay safe. Mega Glow Z with the tip. Thank you very much, Mega Glow Z. So, by the way, just a big shout out to the mods. Big shout out to the mods. Give the mods a round of applause. They've been here every broadcast. Let me turn the... Got to a really big, whiny bit of the music. They've been here every broadcast, every morning, watching this chat, making sure that things are going according to plan. So I can't tell you how much I appreciate the mods. One of the things that they've been really helping with, in addition to the spam and the trolls and all of that, is spoilers, right? Because I typically play these games for the first time, and people want to prevent me from running into spoilers because that kind of robs it for them. They want to see my reaction, and so having it spoiled for me kind of ruins that for them too. So the mods have been really good at making sure that they're pruning the chat of spoilers. I want to just make sure that we're very careful, because I think there's a great distinction between spoilers and a heads up or a tip. And so I'm really cool if somebody's hopping onto the chat to give me a tip, say, hey, Ox, you may want to do such and such within the next 5 minutes or so because something might happen. That's kind of cool. Or, hey, Ox, if you go to this side of the map, you're going to find something buried underground. That's kind of just a heads up or a tip, and that sort of stuff is cool. If it's an overt spoiler, like the Titanic sinks or something like that, right? That's the kind of stuff that needs to be pruned from the chat. If it's just general heads ups, or you might want to look out for, or just talking about the game and giving advice, I'd rather not trim that from the chat. So just in general, if we're going to be modding the chat for spoiler material, let's do it with a light touch, the lightest touch possible. And when in doubt, just let them shout. Just let them shout. I want to err on the side of allowing people to continue to talk in the chat is where I kind of want the moderation to go. But major props to all of the mods and all of the hard work that they've been doing for a very, very long time here. This place is an awesome community because of these mods, because of the mods keeping the trolls out. It's been wonderful. Thank you, mods. Jared says, egg and peanut butter sandwich is awesome, Ox. Oh. Ooh, that's one of those situations where I love everything about that. I love the eggs. I love the peanut butter. I love sandwiches. But together? I know they eventually all come together, right? But I don't think I could eat eggs with peanut butter. That's just... I love peanut butter, but eggs and peanut butter? Well, I should try it, right? I can't say that I won't like it unless I try it. So... eggs and peanut butter. I don't know, man. Rachel says peanut butter and pickle sandwiches. Delicious. I'm not a fan of pickles by themselves. And I doubt very much that peanut butter would do anything to make the pickles taste any better. To make them more palatable. Peanut butter and pickle. Ranger Station says, oh, great, Ox. Now we know that the Titanic sinks in Resident Evil 7. I know I'm awful when it comes to spoilers. I have no respect. Milos says the Titanic sinks? What the hell, Ox? I didn't come to that point in the story yet. I'm sorry. I took a liberty and I shouldn't have. I remember queuing in line to watch the Titanic movie back in the 90s when it came out. And I remember it was one of those situations, and this hasn't happened in a very long time, but there were two movies in my lifetime that I vividly remember as a child going to the theater and the line wrapped around the theater. One was Titanic and the next was Jurassic Park. Those two movies, I stood in line for just to get into the theater. We were outside for 45 minutes just waiting to get in. So Titanic comes out, and I remember, that was the big joke. We were standing in line to watch the Titanic for the first time, and everyone in line was sitting there saying, hey guys, Titanic sinks. I know how this one ends. They all thought they were really, really clever, and they were all saying the exact same joke, talking about how the Titanic sinks at the end. And we were all still standing in line, waiting to watch this movie. We knew how it was going to end. We didn't care. We're going to watch the movie anyway. Douglas Delegard says peanut butter and bologna is good. What? What is with all of this peanut butter use? I mean, I understand peanut butter and chocolate. And I've had peanut butter and honey sandwiches, right? Peanut butter and jelly, not my favorite, but I understand that. But peanut butter and egg? Peanut butter and pickle? Peanut butter and bologna? Man, I just need to broaden my horizons, I guess. Become exposed to other cultures. Melanie Richards says, man offered me a free sofa and chairs yesterday. I said no because my mother always taught me not to take sweets from strangers. Right. The couch suite. That's nice. That's a good one. Love it. Don't take sweets from strangers. I suppose the same thing. I suppose you have the same philosophy concerning hotel rooms as well. Couches and hotel rooms. Don't take sweets from strangers. Ranker says, I hate babushka nesting dolls. They are so full of themselves. Oh, you're on point there, my friend. Welcome, new member, Justice Aramirlis. Thanks for stopping by. Okay. Now, Jessica Sharp says, I love toasted peanut butter and banana sandwiches with marshmallow fluff and strawberry jam. Okay, I mean, I would hate that. But I can understand that, right? It has everything delicious in it, and it's sweet. Bananas, very sweet. Marshmallows, sweet, gives it nice texture. Strawberry jam, very sweet, though I don't think I would really like the sort of seeds. That's the thing I hate about strawberry jam is those doggone seeds inside. You take a bite of strawberry jam and then suddenly you've got these seeds impacted deep inside your molars. And then they don't leave for a week, right? Don't give me into strawberry jam. But I I don't think I would like it, but I understand why you do. Makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Jessica. Sean says, peanut butter banana Elvis Presley favorite. All right, let's get to the game. Now, where were we? Josh Bunton on Facebook says, eggs and peanut butter are sacrilege. Yeah, I don't think I get the whole eggs and peanut butter thing. Okay, we had just had a very awkward conversation with, I can't even pronounce her name. I can't even pronounce it. A very awkward conversation where we learned exactly what happened. We finally found out what happened. And what do we got to do now? Make Titus give up Ruby's location. So we could do that. There are all of these things left to do. And these are timed. But it doesn't say when it... Close the water lock on Wednesday. Is that today? That is today. So we could close the water lock at any point today. It's 18:36. Ooh, it's getting up there. It's 6:38. So we kind of gotta... Well, let's go talk to Titus, and then let's close the water lock. But no, we never found the drug guys, which we had to do before we closed the water lock. Wavy Games says, I don't know if y'all been complete memes, but these inventions are not sandwiches. Peanut butter and banana, always nice with a glass of milk. So you're arguing that there's nothing new with peanut butter and banana. And that may be true, but I'm arguing that I've never had it for a reason. I've avoided it. All right, let's talk to Titus.
It's you again. What is it?
Okay, I talked to Klasje. Now I need to talk to Ruby. And he says, why? He leans back and regards you with curiosity. Okay, we could say she's your real leader, but he would take offense to that. He still considers himself to be the leader. After all, these are the Hardie boys. I'm going to level with you. She's the next link in the chain that leads me to Laylee's killer. No. I've seen her in a laudanum-induced delirium. The paranormal instinct whispers her name into my ear. Probably won't buy that. Look, I need to pin this on someone, and I've decided to pin this on her. He would try to protect her, so no. I suspect she killed the victim. That's why. We don't suspect that. And then she is a suspect in another case I'm investigating. Drug smuggling. All right, all of these implicate her in something wrong. So let's do this one, number 2. Sounds like you're making her a suspect in this. Not on my watch, you're not. But Ruby's one of us. We're not going to throw her under your moral intern steamroller. Screw that crap. And Shanky says, and screw you too, moral blah, blah, blah. He throws a glance at Titus as the last syllable leaves his lips. The big guy sighs. Ruby is missing. If you hide, says Kim, if you hide from the police in a murder investigation, you become a suspect. You know how it works, guys. And Titus says, that's nothing. That's just legalese. You don't even have a sound theory. He crosses his arms. I don't want to be rude, but we're trying to get some rest and relaxation here. Think you could screw off now? Miloš says, de gustibus non est disputandum. Something is not, something is, the food we're talking about is not in dispute? Something? Ryder says, thank you, Milosh. Ryder says, not a meme here, but peanut butter and jelly burgers exist. Okay, this is starting to really hurt me. I don't want to know about things like this. I would rather be in blissful ignorance. Peanut butter and jelly burgers? No. All right, moving on. Kim says, I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus. You'll be surprised at how quickly the theory presents itself if you keep looking. All right, we can pass the logic test. Present a solid theory about why Ruby could have done it. Found the key in the union box. Saw the winch outside. Staged like a play. Secret route found. But it's still 17%. Ranker says you really need to pass that wake-up check with Claus J. It has some major plot points for the investigation. Also, remember to be a superstar. Okay, thank you, Ranker. What was it? It was drama? A legendary drama check? Or a legendary volition check? Either way, they're legendary checks. Alright, this is an impossible logic check. An impossible logic check, which we've bumped up to 17% due to our choices. So let's see. Logic. Drama. Physical instrument, drama. Logic. All right, we've got logic plus 3. We've got a -1 to logic from thoughts. That's why this is such a difficult check. Then +1 to morale. +1 to physique. Logic is not psyche. It's morale. I don't have anything that boosts morale. Wait, no, morale is a different color. All right, let's try it.
It's you again. What is it?
42% now. Cigarettes give you logic, right? Says Douglas. Oh, that's right. Cigarettes do give you logic. Where's my cigarettes? I know I've got some cigarettes here. Items. Wait, did I give them to someone? Oh, here they are. They're in my hand. +1 to intellect. Logic is an intellect skill. Whoops. All right, how do I use it now? Uses left 2. Oh, did I already use it? Minutes left 57. Do I currently have it? I think I used it recently to pass a check upstairs. Oh, here they are. There's the smokes. Well, let me try it. I can't use it. I can't use it because I've already used it.
It's you again. What is it?
Ah! Nothing is happening. The pieces are there, but they remain unconnected. No, we can do this, and we can squint our eyes, but logic says, sorry, you're not coming up with anything. Again, the pieces are there. She could have done it somehow, something else, walla walla bing bang. It's just not coming together. Walla walla bing bang, we can say. And logic says, I don't know what it means, but it felt like the most appropriate thing to say. That's what the witch doctor would say, at least. I told the witch doctor I was in love with you, boom, 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 boom. And he said, ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah, ching, chang, walla, walla, bing, bang. I shouldn't know that song, but I do. We can say, why am I such an idiot? And we damage our morale. No one knows. We can squint our eyes harder. Still nothing, but that's okay. This doesn't have to turn into some kind of meltdown. You're just a cop, taking your time to present a theory. And rhetoric tells us, why does Puzzle Face get to not melt down? You and I melted down like crazy, remember? And logic says, shush, I'm just more level-headed than you. That's my thing. Let's look at this as a learning experience. What are the components you need to implicate Ruby? And we pass a pain threshold check. His wife left him. He needs to kill himself. Make her sorry she did it. Or make her sorry she did. We're gonna really hurt ourselves if we delve into the whole my wife left me thing. So let's go. I just want to hear the components of the theory. Or maybe we'll get a thought out of this. My wife left me and I'm completely alone? Damage morale. I don't know what to say to that, says Titus Hardie. Elaine says, that's sad, man, but why are you squinting like that? The tattooed man leans closer. Looks to me like he's about to get aggressive. And Kim says, no. The lieutenant looks at you with a slight worry. That's his concentration face. And we pass a esprit de corps check. Please, do not melt down again. We're so close to wrapping this up and getting out of here. So we can say, I shouldn't have said that. I just wanted to hear the components of the theory. And we pass a logic check. Here you go. Access to the roof, weapon, and motive. That's not too hard. And here's what you can do to make it even easier. Come on, guys. Visual calculus hops in. Hey, did someone say already? No? Or did someone say something already? No? Yes? Who cares? Upstairs in Class J's bedroom, the windows, the bullet came through. Analyze that. We pass an Inland Empire check. There's a spooky building west of this. Take a flashlight with you, search the basement. There are secrets. Magisterial. Ancient secrets that may assist you. Oh, okay, so the game is telling me what I can do to improve my chance here. Analyze the window. Find something in the basement. Talk to Class J. She'll tell me something helpful. Okay, so 3 things. So I wasn't able to do the window. That's why. Can I do the window again? I can't do the window again, can I? Oh, this one's highlighted. It means it's about to happen. The warded door. Oh, I can pass a rhetoric check here with Gaston. Backyard wall, cargo container door. These just updated. Clear window. It's a visual calculus check. And that's why I smoked the cigarettes earlier, to try to pass that check, which I wasn't able to do. But we saw everything in the abandoned ruin outside, or across the way. So we need to pass either a drama check with Class J or a volition check, both of which are legendary. And we need to pass a visual calculus check, which also is legendary. No, that's actually medium. We almost passed it. We almost passed that because it was a medium check, so I just need to raise my visual calculus for that. Or you know what? I could just reload my save because we haven't gone very far. And try again. After all, I bumped it up to 42%, right? So I could do this 2 or 3 more times. All right, so this is the window that we tried to pass the visual calculus check. Yeah, and it's locked here. All right. So we need to try the logic check again. Let's quickly go back to logic, or back to the hat, and then back to the glasses. That bumps up my logic. That should put us at 43%. We still have the cigarettes active. So let's run around after we pass that check and pass all of our other intelligence checks, or morale checks, while we can. This gives me an opportunity to explore some of those other dialogue options. Josh Bunton says, "Lol, Ox, you just made my day by knowing that song. I was raised on oldies. It's all my dad listened to." Thank you, Josh. Milos says, "You don't discuss tastes. Should have gave your translation right away, I guess." Oh, thank you, Milos. Yeah, the Latin that you gave me earlier, you don't discuss tastes. Gotcha. Thank you, Milos.
It's you again. What is it?
Let's try because she's your real leader. And she says, "You're cuckoo, cop." His smile hides a flash of anger. "I'm the only man responsible for this unit. Get with it or screw off." "How many times must I tell you," says Authority. "Yeah, screw off," says Shanky. All right, so that brings us back to the exact same list. So we'll do the other case one. And he says, "Sounds like you want to," and it's the exact same option. So he responds the exact same way, which pushes us into the logic check. Hey, and we pass it. Looking good. A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostile cafeteria is lit by its eerie blaze. Floor plans, bullet trajectories, webs of human emotion, all channeled into a single thought. Why are you so sure Ruby didn't off him? We can say. And Titus says because she was here all night with us. Elaine says he's cobbling together crap so we can put her away. It's Cop 101. And Kim says she was here all night. The lieutenant ignores the tattooed man. 11:30 to 12:30 in the morning. She was here during all that time. And Eugene says, yeah, with us drinking near the stage there. He points to the karaoke stage. She didn't go to the toilet, we can ask. And he says no. In the whole 45-minute window, she was with you all the time. And he says, all right, she took a doggone leak, okay, for one moment. Maybe went out, too. She has a complex operation to run from her lorry. He points to the intersection. She's a busy girl. Always has been. So she's the driver of the lorry. We're going to finally find the drug thing before we have to open the lock. And we pass a logic check. Could this complex operation be the one Joyce asked you to look into? Probably, though they'll never open up about it. You have to keep investigating. Titus says just because she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot the merc. He taps on his temple. I've been through this. It's not plausible. And we pass a logic check. All right, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for. Sometime during the window, this was crucial. Now let's place her on that roof. Okay, you do agree the shot came from the roof, right, we could say, or there's a secret route in the kitchen that leads straight to the roof, or have you noticed that the winch out back on the outer wall of the whirling? I mean, all three of these are going to bring us right there. So let's start with one. And he says, why not? You can't draw a straight line into Claus J's window from any of the surrounding buildings. Not from what I know about Martinez. Maybe from the coast, but like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots, so no. He shakes his head. I don't think it was a sniper. It was up close. And we can say, well, there's a secret route in the kitchen that leads straight to the roof. And he goes, how? And he looks sincerely curious. Through what looks like an abandoned pinball workshop, we can say. And he says, people say there was a pinball arcade here sometime before the hostel. What was it called, Theo? And Theo says, East Delta Pinball Arcade. The old man coughs. Weird place. Went bankrupt. Inland Empire says, weird how? You're wearing the pinball maker's coat. What do you mean weird, Theo? We can ask, and we gain 5 experience. Was run by a fella called, he thinks, Knifelock something, who wore a yellow dust coat. Kind of like the one you have on right now. He squints at you. Weird guy. Never liked him. And Titus says, okay, but the man looks around. How'd she get up? Or how'd she get up? There's no room for a staircase in this building, or an elevator for that matter. And Kim says the elevator is outside the building. It's an old dumbwaiter used for moving pinball machines up and down the workshop. And we can say from there, a door leads straight to the roof. You can just step outside. And Kim says Ruby could have gone up, shot him, come down, all under 7 minutes. And we gain 5 experience. That's quite the theory, says Titus, and he turns to Eugene. We need to have a look at that secret passage, boys. And Eugene says, I'm on it, boss. Right. When the law clears, me and Angus are going up there. And Shanky says, it's a dumbwaiter, not an industrial lift. How about I go instead of... And Titus says, shush now. And he turns to us. You got something else to back this route up? Or was that it? And we can say, have we firmly established Ruby could have had access to the roof where the man was shot? And Titus says, firmly? And he shakes his head. Firmly doesn't go well with could have. There's a route to the roof. Me and my boys need to check it out. That's what we've established. But a route, he forms a gun with his hand, does not put a bullet in his head. A gun does that, and Ruby doesn't carry one. And we pass a logic check. Phase 2, murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. If not that, then at least a shadow of a doubt in the shape of a gun. 3 options. Guys, this is Revocall. Anyone could get a gun around here. Anyone. Or I have analyzed the bullet that killed him. It was jacketed. Or the local pawn shop sold my lost gun to a woman. Maybe it was her. You lost your gun, says Glenn. The blonde man is taken aback, not even laughing. What an idiot, says Shanky. And Titus says the big man leans closer. Tell me, did you lose it before the murder? Whoops. And we can say it was a joke. And we damage our health. And Titus says, sure. And he scoffs. Take your sorry ass out of here. Ruby didn't use your lost gun to kill him. We pass the pain threshold check. Stop thinking about your lost gun, damn it. You'll get a heart attack. And Kim says, this was merely a thought exercise. He did not lose his gun. Let's move on, and I need to heal my health. We can say, I have analyzed the bullet that killed him. It was jacketed. And Eugene says, so? The man shrugs and looks at you. So, says Titus, it had to come from a breech-loading rifle. Military grade. He turns to you. Not even you militia monkeys have those. He doesn't wait for a response. This goes against your short-range theory. If the murder weapon was military grade, how did Ruby get it? And we say, just because it's rare doesn't mean she couldn't get it. Which is what we're going to say. And Titus says, cop, that's exactly what it means. And we pass a logic check. That wasn't strong. And we can say, guys, this is Revocall. Anyone could get a gun around here. Anyone. And Glenn says, look, Screwjob. Glenn steps forward. Ruby and I are pretty tight. She would have showed me the gun if she had one. She knows I love guns. And Eugene says, yeah, everyone knows Glenn loves guns. And Shanky says, I don't know, guys. Or, I don't know, Glenny. Ratface leans across the desk. Ruby's a little secretive, isn't she? Wasn't like she told you every little thing. And we pass the suggestion check. This one does not like Ruby. May prove useful. We could try to... Well, that's really ballsy. If we try to say you're all carrying guns and they end up not all carrying guns... Let's do number 2. Claus J says Ruby takes care of things. You don't do that without a gun and Revocall. And Glenn says she organizes things. She doesn't whack people. Not the kind of person she is. She's a talker. And we pass an empathy check. It's clear this one is protective of her. And Titus says, easy now, Glenn. He turns to us. What he's trying to say is people who don't have guns don't shoot people. You need a gun for that. And you can't prove she has one. We pass a logic check. You don't need to prove anything. Doubt is enough for now. And Titus must have some. And so finally we can say, I didn't say I'd prove she had the murder weapon, just that we need to find her and we can move on. And Elaine says, I don't know, cop. Why don't you find your lost gun first? The tattooed man bursts out laughing at his own joke. And Titus says, easy now, Al. This isn't comedy hour. Titus says, Glenn, we're not seriously considering it, are we? He almost gets up from his seat. Ruby wouldn't do this. Why would she do something like this? Phase 3, motive. The last component, the big one. Get this, and they'll give her to you. Remember, don't piss them off. That never works. So we have two options. Mercel on YouTube with a tip. Thank you very much, Mercel. Okay, two options. One, it's not why did she kill him, it's why did she organize the cover-up? Or two, maybe it's all part of a leadership challenge against you, Titus. All right, that's clearly trying to antagonize him against her, and he would resent that. He wouldn't respond well to that. So I think the cover-up, organizing the cover-up, doesn't insult their intelligence, and it implicates Rose. Titus says, and I suppose you have a theory for that? And we can say she could have just been covering up for herself, Titus. And Kim says, think about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging, you went along, but she suggested it. And Shanky says, the little man squints, eyes beady. She had like a fully formed plan and crap, right when she came back downstairs. And Eugene says, really, Shanks? Klasche wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if I'd been first. Logic. Time for a logics demonstration. Three options. Eugene, let's assume you killed him. Shanky, let's assume you killed him. Titus, let's assume you killed him. Shoot. Great, so we got to pick one based on what we know. We know Shanky doesn't like Rose. Eugene is defending Rose. Titus is kind of neutral. So we don't need to convince Shanky. Eugene would be too hard to convince. So we should try to convince Titus? You're on thin ice here, jerk, and he points at you. Kim says, it's a thought exercise, Titus, he explains. Think you kill him. Get up there, shoot him, get down. Would you prefer to go on trial with your men as part of a lynch mob or alone for cold-blooded murder? And Titus says, alone. I don't drag my men into crap with me. And Shanky says, if she used us, then that's a serious violation of the Hardie Code, boss. And Glenn says, but she didn't. She would never do that. The blonde man looks around. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is screwed up and stupid, Titus. And Titus says, Glenn. Titus looks grim. I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this crap. Oh, we guessed right. Oh, he thought the same thing. Oh, great. And we pass a logic check. Ooh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she skipped town. This is good. Oh, we can still access the leadership challenge thing. But that would piss him off. So let's not do that. Titus, you have to see it. Things don't add up. We need to talk to her. Silence. He looks around the room. Theo says, the old man in the corner nods. And we pass a perception check, a very small nod, and a trickle of tobacco spit on his lip. We pass an authority check. This is the only opinion he cares for. That's right, we learned many weeks ago that Theo, the old man, is really the guy who calls the shots. Like, he's the one who has the respect of the Hardie boys. Titus says, yeah, I see it. He puts his beer down. There's one more thing I've been wondering about. Ever since you asked me where she is, add it to your list of suspicions if you want. I don't know. He smiles a peculiar smile. I don't know where she went. She just up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where. However hard I asked. Want to know why? Why, we can ask. And he says she was afraid I would tell you. He looks you straight in the eye. Maybe she was right. By now, I probably would. And Kim says she knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior. Why fleeing is always incriminatory. And we level up! Yay! Titus says perhaps. He looks out the window again. Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that. When did she leave, we can ask? And he says Friday afternoon, when you'd first arrived. I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me, told me she was leaving. That's when we had our little conversation. What was she scared of, we can ask? And she says, I told you. You. Me, as in the RCM, we can say. And she goes, and he goes, no, you. As in the cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes. And we... and we pass an Inland Empire check and a hole in his heart. That first. Do we say and a hole in his heart? No, we're not going to tell the Hardie boys that we have a hole in our heart. We could say, no wonder she's afraid. I have come to declare the ending of the human experiment. What the heck is with these dialogue options? She probably knew me from my singing days. That's right, he is a superstar. I'm sorry, God, why does everyone flee at the sight of my shadow? Right, because he's still heartbroken after his ex-wife. Right, I have no idea why she'd be scared. I'm just a normal cop with regular thoughts in my head. So we could go the funny tie route, but a superstar would say, she probably knew me from my singing days. And Titus says, yeah, that's real funny. She wasn't laughing, though, and he looks at you. You know, when I first saw you limp in here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply, but... And he measures you up. Now I'm not so sure. What else did Ruby tell you about me? And Titus says, she said you have a funny taste in clothes. And he scoffs, and that you won't stop. Won't stop. And he says, yeah, until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock, that you're a human can opener, that you play suspects against each other. Open them up like cans. And we pass a challenging interfacing check. And then when they're all empty, just move onto the next can. Don't look back until there was something you missed. Elaine says, doggone hell. The tattooed man shakes his head. Titus, did he just... And Titus says, open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. And he nods. Now we can whine about it, whack him, or we can go on with our lives. I'm having a go on with our lives kind of day, Al. How about you? They're all amazed at the disco cop's ability to open them up like a can. And we pass an authority check. It's not an actual question. And Elaine says silence, and he nods. Is that true, Kim? We can say, am I a can opener? And Kim says, you are insistent. And he nods. Anything else, fellas? Anything? And Titus says, yeah, there was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This cop, Titus. This cop. But she was too scared. And we pass a half-light check. Scared? You should be, too. A strange fear creeps over you. A metallic taste in your mouth. Change the subject. Do you have any clues on where Ruby went, we can say? And he says she's not far. We know that much. She didn't take her lorry, so she's on foot. And Elaine says, good luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand. You'll never find her. And Titus says, yeah, Al. He gives a sharp look, and we won't either. And Glenn says, she's not really, The man stares into his beer. Hardie candidate anymore, is she? She's not, Glenn, says Titus Hardie. Glenn was in love with her. Oh, poor guy. Have you looked for her, we can say? And Titus says, a little, on the coast. And Kim says, where have you looked for her more precisely? And Titus says, more precisely, on the coast, past the waterlock. He nods southwest. She's not there, so I'm thinking she's not here, so I'm thinking she's there. And then we can say, can you tell me where on the coast I should start looking? And he says, sure. There are some crap houses there, a cinder block town. The fisher folk there refuse to unionize. So that's one place we haven't looked. And we get a new task. Ask about Ruby in the village. But we've got to bring down the waterlock for that. And today's the last day to do it. And it's already 7:20 p.m. So if we're going to do it, we need to do it in the next few hours. I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up. Kim says, we'll start there. The lieutenant takes a quick note. One more question. What does Ruby look like? And Titus says, boyish. Hair's red, dyed. She looks like a lorryman. It's not much, but it'll do. It'll have to, says Titus. And he puts his hand out. We can shake it. His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite. Yes, that's what I think when I hold a piece of unpolished granite. This is firm and reassuring. We pass a esprit de corps check, not just granite, tightly packed RCM sergeant material. We'll just think it instead of saying it, because we can't say to him that he should be a cop in front of his Hardie boys. And we pass a esprit de corps check. No, he already is a sergeant. That's what you're feeling. He just wasn't sure what you are. Well, we just got pretty far, and we saved ourselves a lot of time, too, by reloading that save. And we have a couple of checks that we could still pass here in Revicol before we move on, or Martinez, before we move on to the coast. So let's try that. Okay, while we are under the effects of cigarettes, we only have a few more minutes left. Let's go and pass some of these checks. One is Gaston, the legendary rhetoric check. Do we have anything that improves rhetoric? Conceptualization, suggestion, that reduces rhetoric. Electrochemistry, esprit de corps, drama, physical instrument, drama, electrochemistry, esprit de corps, shivers, encyclopedia, visual calculus, drama, electrochemistry, conceptualization, half-light, shivers, authority, suggestion. That's it. We don't have anything that helps with rhetoric. All right. So really the best we have is the cigarettes that we just smoked. Well, let's go to Gaston.
Can I help you?
I gotta find it. We went through all of these dialogue options earlier. I just gotta find out. Oh, here's the giant novelty check. Hey! Okay, so that was a new dialogue option, but that didn't have a check in it. Alright, so we went through... I don't see where it is. This is Gart. Oh, I'm at the wrong guy. I need to go to Gaston. That was Gart. Doggone jeez. Gaston? Oh, him. Where was he? Backyard wall, cargo container door. Gaston? Oh, he was with, Alright. I think I know what to do. He was with the old soldier guy, right? Well, I got experience from going back to Gart anyway. Yeah.
It is such a pleasure to see you again, officer. How may I aid the citizens, Militia, on this fine day?
Okay, so this is just him giving us the sandwich, and it's only a 3% chance, but we can try it. Okay, so we failed that one. Why is this one highlighted? You leveled up, Ox, says Douglas Delegard. Oh, thank you, Douglas. Rhetoric conceptualization. I really want to pass this drama check. Oh, but I've got another thought to internalize. And I want the Jamrock Shuffle. Well, which one do I want? Jamais vu date of birth generator. The Jamrock Shuffle. Yeah, I like that one. Actual art degree. The Art Cop. Apricot chewing gum scented one. We have to trace. You've found the trace of the entity that's been stalking us across the plains. The Gloomstalker, the conglomeration, the shadowy organization behind our downfall. Oh, so that one reveals his personal story. And then there's indirect modes of taxation. All right, let's do the Jamrock Shuffle. And we can't get that one. And then I think I want to do apricot chewing gum scented one. Right. What am I doing now? A couple more white checks. Cargo door container and the backyard wall. Let's do the cargo door container. Remember, time doesn't pass while I'm walking, so I'm not racing the clock right now. It only passes while I'm talking. Oh! Hold on, I got a new thought bubble. Just as I passed that intercom thing. There. Someone is habitually chilling next to the radio. Huh, alright. Just must have been something I missed when I came into the room earlier. Mersol says, what type of cigar are you smoking? I'm smoking a La Aurora y Leon hand-rolled cigar. my go-to cigar. Affordable. And still a quality cigar. Okay, so the shipping container was over here, right? What is this? A composite eye of halogen lights watches you, emitting a low buzz. Valsund means whale fjord in Arden. Okay, now what was this check again that I'm about to try to pass? I've got enough clothing now. I might be able to help myself out. It's the rhetoric. I don't even know if I have any rhetoric. Conceptualization, that's negative. Yeah, that's what I just did. Well, we'll try it again. %. No. Okay, so the next one, I believe, is the backyard wall. We actually have some conceptualization gear. The warded door, I'm trying to remember where that one is. And then the ice cream maker, physical instrument heroic. We might be able to do that one now. Let's go to the backyard wall. Then, actually, I want to see if that lorry, if we can actually unlock something in that lorry. Because remember, we just discovered that Rose was actually a lorry driver. And she had a side business dealing drugs. Just like Joyce told us somebody did. I think we have found the person who was the drug dealer. Now we just need to find evidence of the drugs. And we couldn't find anyone who owned the lorry. But we found the lorry with the locked door. Let's see if we can get inside that. What's this? Below the flyers, the Union logo and demand democracy. Flyers on the wall, I guess. Mersal with a tip. Thank you very much, Mersal. She's not Rose, her name is Ruby. Thank you. This lorry truck right here. No, it's got too much racist stuff in it. Ivan says the ice cream one can only be done way later. Maybe you're right. Well... Well, our only other option is to talk to Joyce, having learned what we did about Ruby, because we can't interact with any of the other trucks, any of the other lorries down here. I mean, the only other person we can talk to is the guy sitting out over here.
Make way for the master poet.
All right, well, we know who's dealing drugs now. Let's go talk to Joyce about that. And along the way, we can pass the conceptualization check on the side of the wall. But let's put some conceptualization gear on first. That's +1 to conceptualization. Okay, let's try it. 58%. Doggone it. The warded door. I'm trying to remember what was the warded door and why is this still a check? Because we opened the warded door. The warded door down here. I guess I don't remember where that one is. There's another guy just south of the poet guy, says Ranker. Really? All right, there's the poet guy. Another guy south of the poet guy. This just leads to the locks. Oh. Oh. There are clothes inside, cheap secondhand clothes, smelling of strangers' body odor.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes. Good quality fabrics, best retro design. Save the economy with your style, officer.
We can browse through the box. You find your hands deep in a tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that make your body itch and sweat in all the wrong places. The box smells of cat piss, or like an old person with no money. Economical, but also trendy, says Ceiling. The street vendor shouts, look firsthand, buy secondhand, keep the economy moving. We could pass a composure check to find something worth salvaging from the pile of rags. Let's see if we have anything that can boost our composure before we go to that, before we try that check. And we don't.
You
it's
keep
58%.
coming back. That's good, officer. Keep browsing those clothes. Keep saving that economy.
Yeah, we finally passed one. Something cold grazes your hand. Synthetic and sleek. A windbreaker. Surf, it says, but also wind, summer, 100% waterproof, and sports. All in different typefaces. Practical, and yet it may deaden your senses to the world around you. Possibly because of the awful typeface. Good choice, officer. Mega sporty, and it's only $4.50 for you, sir. +1 to composure. Never know when I'll need it. Fantastic. Fallen sneakers on a pedestal of speakers. You see two lowly defeated speakers. Thralls, slaves basically, perched atop them like conquerors surveying the land. A pair of fallen, durable wear sneakers. Ultra series.
I can see you have a taste for luxury, officer. Can't keep your eyes off those sneakers?
We can inspect the sneakers. A pair of fallen ultras. The design is impossibly sleek and simple. A futuristic silhouette with a sleek monochrome colorway and jet black upper and silver-lined midsole. Those sneakers, mister, the street vendor intones. Those sneakers are the latest fallen sneakers. Super rare, super fine, super cool. Only 50 real. Only? That's madness. Fallen Ultra, wear the future. You remember the slogan from some magazines. But, that's +1 to reaction speed and hand-eye coordination, and -1 to encyclopedia. But man, I can't afford that, so we can inspect the speakers. These once respected speakers have been conquered, reduced to a mere prop by the indomitable Fallen Ultras atop them. A small heat emboss on the veneer reads, Solidarity Aid from the People's Republic of Samara. The speakers themselves don't seem to display any magical qualities. No, don't look at the speakers, officer, says Sealing. Look at the sneakers. The man points to the footwear. The sneakers are the stars here. But I already looked at the sneakers, we can say. And he says, then look at them again. These are premium lifestyle sneakers, officer, the best on the market. Can't I just buy the sad conquered Samaran speakers? And he says, no way, officer, those aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Lo-fi socialist junk. But I need some speakers, we can say. And he says, well, if you want them. He pauses for a moment, calculating. But see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers go? I can't leave premium lifestyle sneakers on the ground. If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for a little extra, 50 cents. Okay, so to get the speakers, I need the sneakers. And we can leave. Goodness. Well, now we can, what's this? Box of sunglasses. There is a pile of cheap sunglasses and a small box, a variety of shapes and colors.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
We can rummage through the box. These are all boring third-rate ho-hum sunglasses made of cheap Cyrillese plastic, the kind of plastic that melts in the sun. These are all first-rate sunglasses, the man declares. Premium design, superb material, very cool, UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe and cool while doing your dangerous police work. We can give me those shades you recommended, we can say, and we can try them on. Abort! These are hideous. What's more, they don't even fit your face. You can feel them pinching your nose and chafing against your brow. Damn, officers, says Sealing. You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret. The man nods eagerly. They're practically made for you. I'll let you have them for $2.50. They're perfect for concealing your bloodshot and baggy eyes, says Electrochemistry. And Kim says no. The lieutenant gently removes the glasses from your face, setting them free again. You're definitely not buying those. Don't tell me what to do, Kim. I like those sunglasses, we can say. And he says, no, I can't. We can't walk around with you looking like with you looking like this, he says. His hand has already risen mid-air, but he stops. Okay, fine. Go ahead. If you want to look like a walking midlife crisis, then who am I to interfere? Ooh, and we can pass a formidable conceptualization check. Try again. Maybe you can find some interesting sunglasses in the box. Okay, well, let's see if we have any more conceptualization gear. I think I just bought some, actually. That's composure. Conceptualization is at +2. We could take cigarettes again.
The shine on those sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer.
And
100% guaranteed.
This brings it up to 58. Let's save. I want the cool sunglasses. Let's confirm. And I don't want to have to take more cigarettes. So let's do it.
The shine on those sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer.
Yeah!
100% guaranteed.
Ah, I see a pair of wearable water blue shades. The writing on the left temple says Sub-Insulindic Rendezvous. The name appears to be hand-carved out of bone. And Sealing says, oh, very interesting choice, officer. Very high culture. For the first time, the street vendor's voice trails off as he watches you inspect the glasses. We can try them on. This is how a sea monster sees the world. You've become a sea monster, Harry. Giant, hidden, and strangely tender at heart. All is blue. All right, but these actually make your vision worse. It's like literally being underwater. Yes, but they also make your soul quiver like jello. So deep. Wow, officer, says Ceiling. You look so cool. The street vendor has picked up his pace again as you observe the world through deep sea-tinted lenses. And they can be yours for a mere 3 real. My regular customers have passed them all up because they've got no taste. But you found them. Hey, Kim, what about these, we can say? And the lieutenant tilts his head and steps back, eyes narrowed in a thorough examination. It's a case to him. You look like a musician, he declares, eyes still squinted behind his own glasses, like a blind musician. But you could do worse. Take them if you want. We'll buy the cool deep blue glasses, which is +1 to Inland Empire, but -1 to Perception, or the ugly glasses, which is +1 to Electrochemistry, but -1 to Logic. Let's take the cool ones first. Then we'll take the ugly ones. And then we can leave that for now. Finally, we can talk with the man himself. You see a Sumerian street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. When he realizes you're looking at him, his face breaks into a wide, welcoming grin. The name Ceiling is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer. Everything's cool here.
He gives you a thumbs up. What's so cool?
Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, officer.
From out on the bay, a cool wind gathers. It sweeps into the city, tugging at the textiles hanging around the stand. Some distance away, the sound of a tin can clattering across the street can be heard.
You're very cool.
He makes both hands into finger pistols and fires a few finger bullets into the air. Really? You think I'm cool, we can say?
Oh yeah, you got style. You got personal style. You know what you like.
He surveys his consumerist kingdom with an air of satisfaction.
You like premium menswear. Look around and browse. Everything looks cool on a guy like you. Take your time.
He settles back into the pile of boxes he's sitting on. Don't be distracted by the flattery and the funny man act. Questions. Rhetoric. Persuade him to give me money? Wow. Where are you from, Ceiling? Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. All revocable. Will we improve our chance of having him give us money by pressing him about whether or not he is local? Maybe by intimidation, maybe by authority, but you're not local, are you, we can say. And he says, very sharp, officer. I'm Sarah Lees from the Seagay province of the Ceres Empire, the apricot suzerainty, you know? Yum! Apricots are delicious, we can say. And Kim says, the apricot suzerainty, the lieutenant explains, is what the Seagay archipelago is commonly known in Revocol. He pauses. It's a bit of a fraught term, I'm sure you understand. No, apricots come from Seagay, the vendor explains. My grandma used to grow them, but Seagay is a crap hole. That's why I came to Revocol. Here's much better for an independent entrepreneur, less laws. Speaking of, why not support an independent local entrepreneur? I send half my profits back to my grandma in Seagay. Well, if it's for his grandma, you should definitely buy a lot of things, says Empathy. So, Ceiling, what's your stance on drugs? Drugs? For a moment, he's unsure how to respond. I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives. Unless you're into drugs, of course, in which case drugs are excellent. He kisses his fingers. Mwah, tasty, tasty drugs. Oh, what do we do? I'm super into drugs, we can say. And Ceiling says, that's very cool. A lot of the coolest detectives do drugs. Sadly, I don't have any drugs on sale, or at my home, or on my person. And he smiles. And we pass a perception check. Sir, it appears to be true. No drugs in sight. Not in the box of sunglasses or under the speakers. Actually, we can say I don't do drugs. And he says, that's cool, especially after you already said that you're into them. All the coolest detectives in the movies do drugs and are very conflicted about it. Still, no drugs here. And he smiles. Kaxani says, hey Ox, I'm late, but better late than never. My friend, I'm so glad you made it. Late or no, you made it, and that's what's important. Josh says, Ox, us here on Facebook are loving your reading of all of the lines. Well, I'm glad you guys are having fun. I'm having fun, too. All right, so we can proceed and say, we are looking for a lorry driver who is transporting drugs out of the harbor. He or she is in this traffic jam. And Ceiling says, that's even cooler. You investigating that and all. But, and he points to the goods, I'm not a lorry driver. I'm just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that. But you are a lorry man, we can say. Another driver has identified you and your lorry. Who said that, says Ceiling? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does. He's a hater. And Kim says, so you admit you're a lorry driver? And Ceiling says, no, I just said that I work hard and he's an asshole. And he stops to think, okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too, a little, but that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream. And he spreads his arms wide. Oh, so you forgot to tell me? And he goes, exactly. It's such a small part of my life. It's in the rearview mirror now. I'm climbing out of that hole with ingenuity. Well, let's not accuse him yet because we already know that it's Ruby, right? So stop squirming, we can say, what do you know about the drug operation at the harbor? And he says, nothing. I told you, I'm not a dumb guy. I don't get involved with that crowd. And what crowd is that, says Kim. The crowd, you know, the drug crowd, says Ceiling. He doesn't want to talk about them. He's afraid. Who are you afraid of, Ceiling? Look, he says, and he looks around and lowers his voice. There's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I've spent 15 years working my way up. And we can say, if you don't want to get into this mess, and we can raise our voice, you have to give us a reason to move on. Or we're buddies, Ceiling. Help us out. No one will know it was you. Let's try the buddy way first. Hey, task updated the jam mystery. And he says, it's a she, okay? And he whispers, the other drivers call her Lady Driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, and he shakes his head, she's no lady. There you go. A witness with corroborating evidence. It's Ruby. Who are these other drivers who talk, we can ask, and he says, all of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. Are we cool now? I really just want us to be cool now. And Kim says, who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos? And he points north. All of them, even the ones who have left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember whose tattoos. Could her name be Ruby by any chance, we can ask? And he says, I don't know. I told you, I don't know her name. We know it's not her, but we can say, is the lady driver the old woman back there? Point to the pale driver, dazed out, strange. I don't know. Maybe if she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved. I told you. Okay, we're cool now, we can say. And he says, all right. And he snaps back to his usual self. Ice cold. Let's cap this off by a purchase. You can walk away from here with funky sunglasses, detective. Both of you. You deserve it. All right, well, we got him to rat out the lady driver, but we got a -1 for talking about his poor underprivileged grandma. Well, let's try it. No need to dress this one up. Just tell him what you want. I want your money now, we can say. And he says, oh, okay. But then he stops, his face suddenly serious. But why, officer? Because I want you to bribe me. I'm a police officer, remember? Or we can say, I don't know. I was just the only thing I could come up with in my head to ask you. I need to get some money somehow. Let's try that. And he says, ah, yes, money is very important. The street vendor nods, dead serious. Kim says, are you trying to ask for a bribe? If so, you're not doing a very good job. He looks at the vendor and he says, sorry, detective. The man grins that the entire incident is already forgotten. That's it. No bribe. All right. I'll look around. Okay, I don't want to take bribes. I just wanted money. I didn't realize it was a bribe we were looking for. But hey, look at this. We finally got evidence. Oh, you know what? I'm totally missing out on my ability to be collecting scrap right now. So... let's put that bag back in our... Now, he just moved in here because I remember exploring down here in the past, and he wasn't here then. All right, it's 8 o'clock. We need to lift the gate, but first we got to tell Joyce about what we found. Or maybe we talk to the other lorry drivers first, now that we have more information.
Make way for the master poet.
I heard that one of the drivers is a woman, but I don't think she's here. Do you know this lady driver? And Tommy Lahome shifts around, suddenly uncomfortable. Then he looks away. I don't want to talk about that. This guy knows Ruby, no doubt. Just play dumb for now. Get everything you can out of him. Why? Do you know something? What is it, we can say? And he says, man, I was hoping... it isn't going to be her, and he bites his lip. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug trafficker, and I don't know where she is. Okay, suggested that we play dumb. But I asked you who's conducting the drug trade. You said you didn't know. Now you're saying you do? And he says, I didn't, man. I told you. I was hoping it's not her, that she wouldn't be mixed up in it. He still is hoping. It's just wishful thinking on his part, not trickery. Okay, well, who is this person? What is her name? Thank God I don't know, says Tommy. People here call her the lady driver. She kept her name a secret. From me, too. Now I see why. Who is she to you? A friend? An acquaintance? He says, I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk to. She's someone I don't want to rat out to the law, okay? What does she look like? A youngish woman. Gruff, but in a cool way, says Tommy. What color hair? Blue and violet dyed, he answers reluctantly. It was violet when she got here. Blue before she went. Then she may have dyed it again. Maybe she dyed it red? Titus said Ruby's hair is red. When did she leave? We can ask. And he says, damn, I don't want to. He looks you straight in the eyes. Please just let it go. Whatever she did, it can't be that bad. She's not a bad person. I know that much. We can't just let her go, says Kim. It's part of a police investigation. That's how it always is with you, isn't it, says Tommy. All part of the investigation. And he shakes his head. The girl's troubled. If you hunt her down, she may not survive it. I can't have that on my conscience. It won't come to that, says Kim. We won't pursue her on this. This is information only. I don't believe you, says Tommy. You said she's troubled. How? She's got this darkness in her. That young person's darkness when you think it's all over and you're looking for a way out. She's shared this with you? Yes, which is why I don't want to snitch on her. Huh, I feel like I've had that conversation with someone before. Number three, let's choose number 3. I was told everyone's afraid of her, but you're not. And he says, I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too, that she's had a violent life. But I wasn't afraid of her. More like I was afraid for her. Did this violent life include drug trafficking? And Tommy says, well, and he sighs, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know. She talked about her mind. Hold on, her mind? The way it worked. The trouble it was giving her. The pain it was causing her. When she left, did she leave her lorry behind? Man, go grill someone else with these questions, okay? There are plenty of drivers here who couldn't stand her or were afraid of her. they'd be more than happy to rat her out. He's right. There are other options. The raceman, for one. Or we could push Tommy and it will break his heart and his spirit. Don't expect you to be pals. Now is not a time to focus on feelings. You need that info, son. Ah! Well, we don't become pals after this, but, I mean, we don't want to be pals. Do we need to be pals? He's just a lorry driver guy. I mean, yeah, we sang songs together. No, it was poetry, right? We recited poetry together. Fine, I will drop the matter for now. Thank you, friend, he sighs. It's a big sigh of relief. Wow, this makes me feel like I should pick up smoking again. Would help me with my rhymes too. All right, so we'll leave for now. Let's talk to the racist guy.
Looking for something, Hunt? Huh? Coming to tell me to fuck off again?
I know you've been giving me the runaround. Fess up. Where's the lady driver? And he smirks. I don't know what you're talking about. First, you knew Sealing didn't do it. He did something. He stole his employer's goods and another lorry man's job. You should be thankful for the tip. He grins a wide smile. He's been expecting this. He's really puffed himself up. Why are you smirking, we can ask. Listen up, jerkwads. You don't scare me. You cops don't run Revocol West. You don't run Martinez. You don't run anything. So who does? The lady driver? No, says Kim. The lieutenant turns to the lorry man. He means La Puta Madre. The name resounds like a bell in the air. A dark gong. You got a bad feeling about this. Looks like the lieutenant has a plan. Let him do this. For a moment, the lorry man is silent. Then he spits on the pavement. Yeah, him. We can cross our arms and nod. Then I presume you're familiar with his peons? Yeah, he says, unsure where this is leading. They're his little jerks. He's got them all over the unions. Not just the unions, says Kim. He has peons everywhere. Some say he even has them in the RCM. He gets closer to him. Dirty, doggone peons who'd do anything for him. Multi-ethnic drug addicts. Okay, so this is what Kim is doing. Kim is pretending to be a racist to try and get this guy, to goad this guy into divulging information about Ruby. Alt Grendel says, chat wants to remind you that the water lock is timed. Thank you, but it's still 8 o'clock. I've got 4 hours. Gemma says, for the F-bombs. Thank you, Gemma. We can say nothing. You're not peons, he says. You wouldn't be investigating a drug thing if you were. And Kim says, no, of course not. We're not peons, but if we were, and one of Madre's drivers were to be stealing from him, then it's a good peon's job to find out who that is. It's not a hard job. It won't take a long time. It won't make Padre Madre angry. He looks at him, but a stupid doggone racist is standing in the way protecting this doggone thief. Kim is smart. The racist lorry driver's eyes dart between you and the lieutenant. I'm not scared of you or the mob. I'm under the protection of the lorrymen and the Carters Guild. You've seen that corpse in the ceramic armor there? The lieutenant points to the yard. Did his crappy little guild protect him? And the racist lorry driver says, nah, you wouldn't just leave him out there if you... And he tries to light a fresh cigarette, but his hands are shaking now. The sentence simply ends. The lieutenant turns and gives you a barely perceptible nod. Esprit de corps, I've softened him up. As best as I could, now it's up to you to finish the job. Oh, and we have to pass a half-light check to make him tell you what he knows. We get +2 for Kim's bluff. We snooped in his cabin, but we told him to go screw himself. So we're at even. All right, let's see if we can get something that improves our half-light. 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 Ooh, that removes half-light. Okay. I've got one thing that helps half-light. Let's try it.
Looking for something, Hunt? Huh? Coming to tell me to fuck off again?
No, hold on. Let's save. Save game. I don't have time. I've been doing this for a long time. I want to pass these speech checks so that I can move on.
Looking for something, Hunt? Huh? Coming to tell me to fuck off again?
Men like this only respect two things: strength and fear. Time to turn up the volume. Show me her lorry right doggone now. The lady driver's lorry, where is it? Oh, he's getting all hard cop on him. And the racist lorry driver says, screw you. I told you I'm not gonna. There. His voice grows smaller as yours. Okay, so 3 options. I'm gonna screw you for the rest of my life, you understand? Or 2, I've been to your doggone lorry. I know where it is. I'm gonna burn it down, you hear me? Or what's your name, screw off? I'm gonna go on police radio saying this guy told Madre to screw off. Ooh. What would so if he challenges our bluff, we then have to go burn a car. Otherwise, he knows that we're just talking crap. We're not going to literally screw him for the rest of his life. So, but we could literally go on the police radio and publicly say that he told Madre to screw off, which terrifies him. So we'll choose that one. Look, screw you, man, says the racist lorry driver. He tries to wave you off. It's some lorry down there, green, banged up thing. I don't know which one it is. Kim says, when? Did she go away? And the racist lorry driver says, I don't know. I don't even know her name. She just rolls with the fleet and acts like a big shot. Whoa, I can't say that either. Probably. I haven't even seen her for days. And we passed an authority check. Now it's not a big deal for him anymore. This is how he saves his face. Saves face. Well, where exactly is her lorry? Anyway, we can ask. And he says, past the monument down there, and he waves south. The green tempo. Now leave me the crap alone, okay? The small tempo by the monument, green. He turns to us. Let's get to that lorry. And we can do that. Now, the reason I'm doing all of this now is because we have to find out who's smuggling the drugs before the lock opens. Once we open the lock, all of this congestion goes away. So past the monument, it's a green lorry. They're all green. Green or gray. That's yellow. Is that green? Ah! Mr. Truth says, hey, Ox, how can I get an autographed copy of The Tale of Cloron Hastings? I don't know if it's possible. I mean, if like, we ever met at a convention or something, I'd be more than happy to. But all of the books are print on demand. So once you buy it, they print it. So it never goes to me. I don't think it's possible at this moment right now. Abandoned lorry. This green Fallen AZ Contemporarian is parked in the shadow of the ruins looming overhead. It has seen better days. This must be the one he told us about, unless he was lying. The lieutenant peeks inside. We can try to peek in the window. The glass on the side windows are tinted and covered with dust. You can barely make out the shape of a seat and 2 steering levers. It feels like you're peeking into someone's home. Someone's home residence. Inside, it's private, cozy, and warm. Dusty, too. We can try the door handle. The door is locked. The handle looks shiny, like it has recently been replaced. There's no picking this lock. The owner has put special care into it. It's a recessed design. How are we going to get this open, Kim? Use the pry bar to smash the window. Open it from the inside. Really? This has been hard enough. No need to make it any harder. Oh, smash the window, but plus 10 with a tool in hand. Pry bar. %. With a firm grip, you raise the pry bar, a glint of light catching on the tip. Call down the hammer of truth and justice. Release your secrets, lorry cabin. We can smash it. We can say, screw the police, and then smash it. We can say, welcome to Revocall, window, and then smash it. Or we could say, I'm sorry, and smash it apologetically. Oh, let's say, welcome to Revocall, window, and smash it. The window shatters and droplets of glass fly everywhere, shattering over the lorry floor and pavement. Subtle, says Kim. And sticks his hand in the window like a common car thief and then opens it. The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedestal. There's something odd about the passenger seat. The seating fabric has been pulled tight over the lower side of the seat where the toolbox should be. We can admire the posters. These are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films from the 20s, the teens, and even the 90s of the last century. One of them particularly catches your eye, a centerfold of an ingenue attached right above the back seat. There's definitely perfume in the air. It's spicy, with a hint of ambrette wafting through the bitter air of the cabin. We can stop and wonder, what is that smell? The remnants of a sweet juniper-scented perfume, probably Granat number 5. But it doesn't say that we passed it. We can study the centerfold. The actress is draped in a sheath dress, one of her shoulders bared. The faded remains of an autograph run across the poster. She's looking past the camera. A feeling of tenderness washes over you, a longing even, perhaps, and gentle tragedy. Wait, doesn't she resemble someone we know? But we can't put our finger on whom exactly. Enough of posters. The actress and the rare actor all smile you a warm goodbye. A radio transmitter is attached to the dashboard, and a toolbox sits under the driver's seat. We can examine the radio. Looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but the key has been removed, likely by the missing lady driver. The lieutenant leans closer to the radio and hums. Strange, there are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least. It has to be an advanced model to fit so many frequencies next to each other without blending them together. What about the speedfreaks.fm? Is it one of the saved stations here? No, that's on 78.9. He stops, coughing awkwardly, and we can raise our eyebrows. What? Says Cam. I happen to have committed the frequency to memory. I have no problem admitting that. Why would anyone need so many radio stations, we can ask? And Kim says, for contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. He flicks the switch on the radio. This is all shortwave, UW and UKV. Looks like we're dealing with an impressive organizational tool, the nerve center of a huge operation, with quite the range too. A 20-kilometer radius at least, perhaps extended by an attachable antenna. That's not here right now. Is there anything we can do with the radio? And Kim says, doesn't look like it. It's completely inoperable without the dial key. Well, what else is here? The ghostly actresses and the rusty toolbox under the driver's seat and the oddly bulging seat cover. But first we can check the pedals. You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around here, a hammer, a pair of pliers, a rusty wrench, have been casually thrown there by the disorganized driver. But one odd detail does catch our eye. A piece of sandpaper has been glued to the throttle. Sandpaper adds extra grip. Looks like the driver has glued a piece of sandpaper to the throttle to offer some extra grip. Sandpaper, says Kim, the lieutenant repeats. A novel technique. The sandpaper would also rub off the pattern from the driver's right boot sole. Yes, he likes where this is going. Do the honors, he thinks. Connect it yourself. One of the footprints at the crime scene had an aberration. One sole was smoother than the other. And we gain 5 experience, which means that the missing lady driver was present at the lynching. The lieutenant's eyes light up behind his prescription lenses. So Ruby really is running a complex operation out of her lorry. New task. Confront the Hardie boys about the drug trade. At least we can now ask Titus some concrete questions about it. The movie stars are still smiling from the walls. The radio transmitter sits on the center console, and a faint smell of perfume is in the air. We can peel off the cover of the passenger seat. Voila! A stack of neatly folded papers has been stashed behind the seating fabric. You see 3 maps depicting a large metropolitan area. It's Revocol. Some of its routes and highways have been outlined with a pen. Bon prise, the lieutenant comments as you shift through the treasures well worn and folded into neat squares. We can fold open the topmost map. This large map displays the elevated motorway called the 881. The intake leading into Martinez is marked with a blue X. There's another X on the top off-ramp at a place called the Old South. Toll booths at the intakes are marked with a circle. It looks like there are scant few ways of getting onto the elevated motorway that runs over Jamrock, and this person knows them all. There, hundreds of thousands of motor carriages roar on the 881, high above the massive brown and red roofs that is Jamrock. The commuters don't even look down. The world ceases to exist outside its windshield, outside the windshield. Where does the road lead, we can ask? To Kuran, through the middle-income neighborhoods there, by the river, and then to Stella Maris and La Delta for work, while the men and women of Jamrock scuttle to their fates below the road. We can fold open the second map. This municipal map from the 30s displays a complex system of storm sewers underneath a sub-district called the Pox, the old military hospital, right adjacent to the 41st Precinct. No storm will ever drown Revocol, the great solution to the riddle of history. Wind rips through the empty hallways of the once great military hospital, now just a ruin under an overgrown park. Beneath the hospital, great sewer tunnels hum and vibrate with life of their own. What is that sound, we can wonder? We rattle the motor carriages and lorries driving through the long-forgotten tunnel, or the rattle of the motor carriages and lorries driving through long-forgotten tunnels lit by gas lights. And we can look at the third map. The final map displays a labyrinth of service tunnels left over from the construction of Motorway 881. A few routes have been marked with a pen, where the tunnels and sewers surface near the eminent domain and a traffic island in central Jamrock by the lake. These service tunnels were probably used during the construction of the foundation beneath the motorway. What does this all mean? It means, says Kim, that the smugglers are secretly using the motorway to transport their goods and materials. They've infiltrated East Motor Tract, most likely. The RCM patrols most of these auxiliary roads, though apparently not all of them. Where does the contraband end up? Hard to say, says Kim. This distribution network looks certainly large, yet still vague enough. It doesn't reveal much about the besmirti behind it. Besmirti? That sounds vaguely familiar. A besmirti is a Revocolian crime syndicate. They see themselves as the inheritors of the 14 Revocolian Indo-tribes, but really they're just violent gangs vying for control on the west side of Revocol. With cool names, he adds with contempt like La Puta Madre. Ah! And the Ahura Mazda. It's a dark parody. So that's why the racist lorry guy was so terrified when we started talking about La Puta Madre. He didn't want to be in with the mob, on the wrong side of the mob. Who do you think is behind this, we can ask, and he says it's definitely not the union. They just do some logistics. This operation has spread everywhere in Jamrock. If it's that widespread, then Madre remains the most likely suspect. He's bad news. The lieutenant removes his glasses and polishes them with a handkerchief. There have been attempts at a serious investigation before, but they haven't ended well for those involved. Lieutenant Kitsuragi is a brave man for saying Madre's name without the winces and whispers that usually accompany it, especially bad news for cops who may have something in their past they don't even know is there. Somewhere on a hidden field, a flash of light, a whirring sound. Camera lenses focus on a man in a ragged police uniform standing in a field of blood-red poppies. A blurry figure dressed in white stands right by the camera. The bedraggled cop is holding a manure fork. "Don't hurt me," he whimpers. "But why? Why would I hurt my own peon?" asks the man in white. "What kind of animal would do such a thing?" We can return the stack of papers under the seat. The lieutenant nods. Best not to disturb the scene. I'll have forensics go over the lorry and pick up these later. The stack of maps looks like just like before, barely noticeable. The movie stars look silently by, and the pull-out toolbox has a rubber handle, worn from years of use. We can pull up toolbox. A metallic drawer slides out from under the seat. It's empty except for a folded newspaper. We can unfold the newspaper. It's an issue of Peripherique from last Wednesday. A piece of paper falls out of its pages, and we can pick up the note. It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equations explain the basics of something called the ULAN frequency system. These formulas look oddly painful. Maybe it's just the hangover, but they give you a headache. The lieutenant leans over your shoulder to examine the note. The ULAN frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but his thoughts trail off. We can push in the pull-out toolbox. The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. The rest is as it was. Posters, a radio, dust on the windows, and we can close the door. You close the rusty old lorry door. "Great," says Kim. "I think we've got everything." A word, detective. He steps away from the lorry before we return to Joyce. Thought complete. The Jamrock Shuffle. In a way, yes, you are treasure hunting. Most officers from Precinct 41 do what is called the Jamrock Shuffle, cracking open containers. Most of them are from Jamrock or Coal City, the poorest parts of Revachol that also overlap with the network of royal catacombs called Leroyum. Leroyum? Just beneath the streets. As children, you would all go underground hoping to find treasure and come back with a rat's tail or a used needle. That playful curiosity must still be in you. Who knows, maybe one day the Orbe de Montagne or Holy Scepter, or the Holy Scepter and the cocaine skull will all be yours, and better loot it in locked containers. So what did we get for that? Nothing. Oh, we find better loot in locked containers. Oh, okay, cool. What's all this? Does this mean that we can choose which ones we want to be active? It doesn't appear to be changing my stats when that happens. I'm just trying to figure out the electricity thing. Because the electricity isn't touching all of the thoughts. Brett Buzz says, Ox, be careful with that gang name. You're saying the bee mother. Oh, am I really? Okay, yeah, I don't speak other languages, so. All right, let's do a hard save. And let's talk to Kim.
All right, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep.
Seems like something police would do. What do you think of all of this, Kim? Honestly, says Kim, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive and well-organized operation. I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. Looks like this alleged drug trade casts a wide net. I'm not sure what the ULAN frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed, or maybe it's used to tap into RCM networks. Listening in on your calls between you and your station? A worrying prospect. Oh, says Kim, and the maps we found, they revealed the geographical extent of the operation. Looks like they've used abandoned tunnels and access roads to stay hidden. This is useful info. And last but not least, it's Ruby's cabin we've found. This is an undeniable connection to the Union. What about the movie posters? Oh, it has nothing to do with it. We're just going to upset Kim if we say this. Well, let's do it anyway. What about the movie posters? How do they factor into all of this? And Kim says, as elegant as they are, I don't think they are relevant to the drug trade. Don't be fooled. Desire always plays a role. A lot of women there, especially for a lady driver's cabin. Yes, well, and he doesn't say any more. Unimportant, esprit de corps. The Union really is neck deep with everything around here, isn't it? One way or another, says Kim, they seem to be logistically, if nothing else, but don't expect to bust this open during our stay here. At best, this is an angle we can use against them to other ends as extra ammunition. Well, will the RCM open an investigation into this? We should return to the murder case, see what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, I'll call my station and suggest our narcotics department look into this. There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation. Sometime later, when we are done here, we do not want to get caught in that. And he stops to think. What are you thinking, we can ask? And he says, the fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean, especially if the Madre group is involved. And I can't imagine they aren't. It's certainly worrisome. Corruption, we can ask, and Kim nods. All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. That won't help anyone either. Okay, debrief over? Debrief over, he nods. After you. It's almost 9 o'clock. We need to lift the water lock, and we need to talk to Joyce. And we need to talk to Titus Hardie again. Let's lift the lock first, and then talk to Joyce. Oh, come on! Hey, officer, got a minute?
I saw you poking around in Lady Driver's lorry. She in trouble?
The racist told us where her cabin is. We only searched it. Still better than me, I guess. Told you there's plenty of others who tell on her. He leans in. But is she in trouble? Sorry, man. I can't disclose the facts of an official investigation to you. It's that bad? He lets out a whistle, looking about 10 years older suddenly. Man, what should I do? What should I do to help her? No need for you to do anything. Don't worry, the police are looking into it. The last thing we need is more civilians involved. I really don't know. Let's be human, because we really don't know. Damn, I always warned her to watch herself. Man, nothing to do now, I guess. Maybe I should just keep my head down and work on my rhymes while I can. What's the plan with those rhymes anyway, we can ask. And he says, oh, you know, the thought lightens him up. Tommy Lahome's going to be a musician. Sprechgesang. But with beats. I've got lots of free time on the road to hone my craft. Why Tommy Lahome? We can ask. And he says, Tommy Lahome was taken. Oh, Tommy Lahome was taken. He shrugs in a what can you do manner. My real name is Jeffrey Lafitte. Tommy's way better. It's more him. All right, I had another question, actually, but that's all we've got, so we can leave. All right, to the locks. Move it, Kim.
Yes?
No. No. A rusted control panel with the loose wires dangling out from the hole where an indicator light used to be, and a mechanical lever sitting in the middle. We can pull the lever again. Hey! You grab the handle and pull the lever up. As soon as the metal connects against the contact pins, you hear a loud clunk. Then the water lock starts moving. Ooh! Let's enjoy that. All right, says Kim. The lieutenant looks across the canal. We can go to the coast now. Expect rugged terrain and drunks. Fantastic. We're making progress. But we need to go tell Joyce what we've learned. Oh, come on, faster, man. Please still be outside, Joyce. I know it's getting late. It's already 9 o'clock. Oh, her boat's gone. Went to the village on the coast, officer. See you there, Joyce, says the note on the post. What? I wonder what would have happened had we talked with her before we closed the lock. Okay, so this save is directly after having our conversation with Kim. Oh my gosh. We'll talk to him in a minute. Let's see if we can find Joyce. Oh, she's still gone. Right. Well, I'm just trying to figure out what triggered them, because she's been there every time we've gone by. Was it discovering who has been doing the drug trafficking?
I saw you poking around in Lady Driver's lorry. She in trouble?
And then let's go lift the lock. The Great Lump says day 3 triggered it. Well. The radio relay hums with electricity. Hold on. Let me put my scrounging thing on. Well, wait a minute. I need to talk to Tommy. Now that I have concrete evidence that it was Ruby, we need to tell him. Well, I mean, we have concrete evidence that Ruby was involved in the drug trade. We don't know for sure if she's the murderer. Sarah says, a tip for Chowder. Thank you, Sarah. Chowder's just in the next room. I should really bring him over one of these days. Or not Tommy. Titus.
The Coppernado is back. What do you want?
2 options. Guess what? I've connected you to the local drug trade. Or I want to go over a few things regarding Ruby. Actually, that's our only option. So I've connected you to the drug trade. Like hell you have, says Titus. He leans back unruffled. There's no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle. Go back to Jamrock and ask the local junkies how clean your streets are in Precinct 41, kilos. We'll do that, says Kim. In the meantime, he points south. Did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B to a Jamrock? We know Ruby was the driver. We know that's your affiliation with her. He taps on his notebook. Detective, you want to deliver the coup de grace? You're right, there is no local drug trade except you. And we can point at Titus, or no, you do the honor. You've earned it, and we can nod at the lieutenant. Forget it, I knew they'd never own up to it, we could say. I mean, honestly, I think Kim is far more intimidating than Harry. So let's have Kim do it. Thank you, says Kim. He turns to face the man. You're right, Titus. There is no local drug trade because it's all controlled by you. You're the drug trade. That's a mighty interesting theory, says Titus. He rubs his jaw, smiling. I guess that's what you would need to do, theoretically. A big, strong, state-run monopoly would outcompete the runts on the street. Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do, to get rid of the gangs, the dealers, even some of the junkies. You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardie men to run such a monopoly, he grins, for the good of the community, of course. Good idea. Let's do number 1, because he, at times, has shown empathy and remorse and a conscience. So let's see what happens if we say, this is disgusting. You're admitting to profiting off of poisoning your own people. And he says, boo dog on who? People will always be taking drugs. Might as well do it clean and organized. And Eugene says, yeah, that's what the labor movement is all about. Clean and organized. And the Hardie boys are running it. Theoretically, of course, says Titus. We're just talking politics here. My answer to your drug accusation is, how dare you? Go screw yourself. And what about this Ruby? Is she the 8th Hardie who runs this thing for you? And we gain 30 experience. You sure do love long walks through Theory Town, don't you? The big guy asks, straightening his cap. Well, I'm thirsty now. Thirsty for beer. Got any less theoretical questions, cop? He doesn't let it show, but must be a little impressed. You've put a lot of things together fast. Ah, and we unlock the ULAN frequencies dialogue option with him after having figured out the whole drug thing. And he says, what now? I have no idea. He looks around. Boys? And Fat Angus says, she said she's building a... His voice is very quiet. A pale emitter? A what? Says Titus. We were talking about radio equipment. She said she's doing ULAN frequencies and a pale something. I don't know more. Well, there you have it. Pale something. Titus puts an end to it. It feels like you'll get to know soon enough. Thanks for the review, Titus. And we can conclude. He sighs heavily. Anything else you want, cop? And that's it. Okay, so it seems to me like those two dialogue conversations, one about the drug trade and one about Ruby's connection to the murder, should have happened at different times. I think we kind of solved things out of order. We should have solved the drug trade thing first and the murder thing last. Okay, let's go across the lock. Traffic beyond the gate. More abandoned motor lorries. The sign says no entry. Someone scribbled an inverted star on it. It's weird. Hey! Jamrock Biker Cop Sunnies. +1 to empathy, -1 to logic. Someone has broken down the fence and the barbed wire. All right, let's go to the playground in just a minute. See these tire tracks on the ground? What's all that about? A breaker box to power the radio pylon above you. Maybe there's something inside. Ahead, decades-old concrete defenses. Children play on them now. All right, so we can go north or south. Let's go south first. The wind is corralled by the 4-story buildings around this yard. The swing is missing. No one's been here for a long time. Rust peels off the bent iron posts of the swing. The wind whistles through the skeleton of the small house behind you. There's desolation everywhere. What happened here, we can ask? In this yard, the lieutenant looks at the small building. A flock of gray swallows takes off in the distance. Someone thought they could have a summer house in a block obscure for cheap. It didn't work out. They abandoned it about a decade ago. Wait, what's a block obscure, we can ask? A black block, a part of the city left unrenovated after the war, or one that has fallen to gang violence, or has become inhospitable in some other way. So this part of the coast is a block obscure? Practically, says Kim, it's not an official term in any way, but he spreads his arms. Look around. No sewage, broken power lines, crime, drunks. Life is tough in these blocks. It's no place to build a summer home. Maybe they left something useful behind, we can ask, and he says yes, for you to pick up as part of the Jamrock Shuffle. He gives you a weary smile. It's not meant as nagging, just an observation. We should move on, says Kim. I don't think our suspect is in this particular yard. No place to hide, and besides, it's too close to Martinez. Money! Glory, says the graffito, to the ghosts of us. All right, I'm getting everything. Someone has left their music collection beneath the tarpaulin. Hey. Tape, smallest church in St. Sains. Can we play that on our boombox? The porta-reel is just what you need. The reel's attached to the apparatus with a satisfying fine click. The tape is routed behind the magnetic reader. We can press play on the tape. You press the large button marked Commencer and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay before the song starts playing. We can press our ear. Oh no! We can press our ear against the speaker or keep the porta-reel at a harmless distance and wait. Let's wait. Then the organ starts playing a simple melancholic tune echoing in the hallway. A lone singing voice joins in, telling you about the tiniest church in St. Sains, surrounded by even tinier yard. You almost feel the seaside mist on your skin. It's mega sad. Within seconds, you know, this is the one. The real crap you've been looking for. The one you trashed your room. The one you trashed your room to that Claus J told you about. Perform it! A click, then silence for a bit. Then the tape stops spinning. Could I sing this for karaoke? I think I could sing this. No, I couldn't. It's too sad. I might cry and trash the room again. Scratch that, I'm already crying. And I look dumb and old. Ooh, I'm gonna sing this for karaoke. Of course you could sing this. You could take sad to a whole new level with this. And you already know the lyrics since you've listened to it like 1,000,000 times. And the B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. It's like the world itself is telling you to do it. Only one obstacle stands in your way. And what's that? Gart. You have to convince Gart to let you sing in the whirling. After you've won him over, you can express yourself. Let the pain out. Make everyone understand. The lieutenant watches you pack up the boombox. He doesn't say anything. And poor Kim, this entire time, is just looking at Harry going through all of this in his mind as he picks up a record off the ground. I love it. Ooh, there was a skill check in here, wasn't there? Nope. Okay. Now, this is a dead end. We explored all of this. Let's head back out. Hello. Birds in the birch tree. Barely audible coos come from above. They put a lot of love and detail into this game. I'm really impressed. I mean, the amount of work that went into this thing for a small little studio, it's really just phenomenal. Okay, we can follow the tracks. What's this? Gas can. Can't interact with it. A dented stainless steel canister for transporting and storing heavy fuel oil. A logo on its side has been partially stripped over years of use. The government-issued red-dyed fuel oil inside looks like paint, though it smells much, much worse. Sunken motor carriage. A banged-up motor carriage lies half submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into the Indian Ocean. Only the cabin top, rear wheels, and the engine remain visible. It must be cold and lonely down there in the icy waters. The seawater has already started to corrode the metalwork. Remember the tire tracks in Martinez? This is where they were leading. This is where the tracks on the plaza were leading to, we can say. It appears to be so, says Kim. The lieutenant has a peculiar look in his eye as he inspects the wreckage. Let's investigate. New task! Find the traffic hooligan. I agree, the lieutenant replies. His eyes never leave the sunken vehicle. We should definitely investigate. You get a sudden sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage in the deep, dark, cold water. Why the doom and gloom? It's just a sunken motor carriage. Some motor carriages are bound to end up in the sea. Yes, but we already know that Ruby fled the scene in haste. Could she have done so by hijacking this motor carriage? Could she be lying at the bottom of this pond? We could run our hand over the cold metal. The motor carriage is probably stuck in the ice. Is properly stuck in the ice. Getting it out would require a team of specialists. A single day in the salty seawater would ruin most vehicles, but this one looks worn even in places the salt water hasn't touched. What is to make of this MC? Can I see a logo? The logo is too deep in the murky water. You can't make it out, but you do see a monkfish float by. How long has it been here? Kim says that the ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. He leans forward to peek into the cold water. My guess is it's been here since last Saturday or Sunday. Well, well, well. Looks like Jacob Ear's journey came to an abrupt end here. Your mocking tone finds no response but the motion of the waves. Enough gloating. This is reckless. This is recklessness. Yes, quite, says Kim. The lieutenant seems to be inspecting you more closely than the motor carriage. As if we're bipolar right now. What should we do? Let's wait for the low tide and see what's inside. How long will it take for the low tide to come in? I don't know. An hour or two tops? We can sit on the swing and wait for the tide to go out. As you sit down in the old rusty playground, the world around you becomes very silent. The hinges creak under your weight, dangerously so. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage in the sea. Hold on, it looks very blue. We can point to the sunken vehicle. Yes, it does. What's your favorite blue thing? The lieutenant is staring at the wreck. Let me think about it. We can whistle a tune. Hey! 28%. The tune on your lips forms a strange yet undeniably beautiful contrast with the surrounding bleakness. And we gain 5 experience and heal some morale. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance. Then, still looking straight ahead, he joins you with a higher pitched and slightly more melancholic trill. I want to hear this song. Why don't they play it? Ah, two birds on a wire, whistling by the seaside, looking at the water. The sunken car. The wind blows. In the distance behind the church, some vagrants are having an argument over a bag of tear they found in the reeds. Further away, a flock of seagulls lands. The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. 30 minutes have passed. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion. So, your dad also, you know, point to your eyes? What? What is Harry? What? That's not a conversation. Oh my gosh. Why? He can't do that. Go to an Asian guy and say, so your dad also? Oh, that's awful. Okay, so conversation topic. Would you rather sit on an anthill for an hour or stand in a river of leeches? Well, says Kim, the lieutenant rubs his chin. Historically, leeches have been used to prevent and even cure many ailments. Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass. 3 more options. If you have to side with either the strikes or the shipping company, who would you choose? Do you think I will ever find my gun? Or, man, this is taking a long time. Let's do number 1. Luckily, I'm already a member of an independent organization and therefore do not have to choose between a rock and a hard place. But if someone puts a gun to your head, we can ask. Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass. Can you make out the mark now, we can ask? And he says, Detective, I've been able to make out the mark ever since we arrived. I find it odd that you haven't. It's a Capri Model 40. His eyes turn to you. Well, wait a minute. Why did he allow us to just sit here and waste 30 minutes if he could make it out the entire time? Interfacing. Yes, why haven't you? It's a simple and rugged machine, favored by working men, government officials. He pauses to think. Firefighters, animal control people, you know, those kind of people. We can squint our eyes and say, is that a number on the side? Yes, 41. What do you think it stands for? The 41st Precinct. It's a cop car. Lots of options. 41 is his rank in the underground street racing hierarchy. We can rub our chin. Small fish, this one. 41, huh? This street racer is quite the ladies' man. This must be Tommy 41, the morning host of FM 41. Looks like the factory made a mistake and accidentally called this one Capri 41. I hate guessing. District something? A precinct? Something municipal? We can rub our temples. We're getting a horrible headache. Or, oh God, no. I'm sorry, Harry. I'm so sorry, says Kim. 41. Precinct 41. A massive pit opens up in your stomach, and the most terrible feeling comes over you. Oh, God, Harry. Oh, God, Harry, what did you do? No. Just nope. Say no to this, Harry. 2 options. We can go no. No, or, oh my God, it's mine! I drove my car into the sea! Let's do the first one first. Yes, Kim says, your car is in the sea. Face it so we can start dealing with this. No, I mean, seriously, it's just a coincidence, we can say. And the lieutenant just shakes his head. Then we can freak out and we get damaged morale. I'm afraid yes, says Kim. It looks like you drove your police motor carriage into the sea after you jumped across the canal. The tracks on the ground were us. But then how did he get back? Oh, it must have been before the lock opened. Maybe I was in pursuit of someone. Of whom? The lieutenant looks skeptical. I don't think so. If anything, you were probably drunk. Probably? Try definitely. Well, how do we get it out? Detective, he says almost gently, we don't. A rescue operation really isn't viable at this point. So it's just gonna be there like that? I'm afraid it'll have to be there like that for many years. He looks around. Look at it. Parts of it might be salvageable, but overall this machine is a write-off. I can still fix it. It's very unlikely, the lieutenant replies with a sigh. All the electrics are toast. That goes for the electromagnetic steering and brake system as well. You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. He shakes his head. In a few months, there will be nothing but rust left of this vehicle. It'll be cheaper to buy a new one. Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than to try to refurbish it. I couldn't even pay a hostel bill, we can say. Let's face it, says Kim. This is a substantial loss for your district's budget. He avoids your gaze now. I mean, my station only has 4 other vehicles in addition to my Kinema. Let's explore the other options. People are going to be angry with me, aren't they, in Precinct 41? And it's the exact same thing. Hold on. Are they all the same? Yeah, they are. They're not going to take me back after this, are they? And Kim says people are more valuable than machines. He's trying to cheer you up now. Training a police officer is even more costly. People are more valuable than machines, yes, but not you. The badge, the gun, and now this? The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and doesn't say anything. There is also a 4th thing you've lost. We learned from Inland Empire. A 4th thing? More precious than the gun. The badge and the motor carriage combined, lost forever into the deepest of the sea. Things were going so well. We were just whistling merrily. You can still whistle, the lieutenant says with a smile. Besides, the night is always darkest before the dawn. At least we have a pretty good suspect. If we found your motor carriage in the sea, maybe we'll find her too. And we get healed morale. All right, that's better. Something about his notion gives you strength, makes you realize this isn't the end of the road just yet. Well, at least I can see what's in there now. And maybe we'll find our badge and our gun. Maybe they've been in the car the whole time. And we level up. Let's go take a look. Go to your inventory and interact with the item by clicking the interact button to interact with it. What was that for? We don't have anything new in our inventory to interact with. Okay, I leveled up. Let's unlock a new spot. Oh, I can't just yet. A bottle drained of all of its booze. It is frozen into the ice. This is it. The scene of the party. The fire pit, the cigarettes. Or the fire pit, the cigarettes, the empty bottles. All evidence of it. Hold up. Oh yeah, sure looks like a whole lot of folks partied here. Looks like they were here for a while, judging from all the bottles. The sunken motor carriage provided them a focal point. I mean, we know now that it's our party. Like a goose ice sculpture or a chocolate fountain. Hey, Kim! Looks like we had a couple of partygoers here. Looks like it, says Kim. Looks like they had a great time laughing here. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and nods. Hey, let's keep moving, detective. Somehow he doesn't want to dwell on it. He knows that it was us. Money! There's our badge. There's our jacket. The ice just off the coast crackles, shifting. There it is. +1 to Esprit de Corps and +1 to Visual Calculus. All right. Looking dapper. That's only +1 to Conceptualization. That's 1 to Empathy and Hand-Eye Coordination. Also useful. All right, let's interact with it. Thick blue piece of acrylic covering a thin leaf of paper with the officer's name and rank on it. Next to the writing, you see a man stare back at you. A younger version of you, already disintegrating inside, but still presentable on the outside. Badge, Lieutenant 2JFR Dubois. A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You. Some seaweed is stuck to the back. I found my badge! At least something good came out of all of this. The lieutenant glances at the badge in your hand. We can study the badge. Encased between 2 durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark in the shape of the street grid of Revocol West. You see a photo, a name, and a rank, a document number, the date of issue, and in the lower right-hand corner, your precinct. We can look at the photo. The man keeps winking at you with his green-gray eyes. The photo is old. No doubt about that. How old? 8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good-looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns. And he's winking? Why? Why do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression, although it looks less grotesque on him than it did on you. Douglas Delegard says there's more stuff by the money. Okay, I'll go back to check it in a minute. It looks like you had quite the charming face way back then. Your hair is brown and slightly curly. Your eyes seem more clear somehow. The lack of alcohol swelling is a bonus, though there is a pinch of that in your cheeks already. Don't be fooled. The bad times have already begun. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching the light. You see lines of information on it and a shining watermark. Name, Harrier Dubois. Harrier. That's long for Harry. So you are Harry, he thinks, says Kim, or thinks Kim. Everard was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't. Strange. It doesn't say Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau. Not strange at all, says Kim. Your name is Harrier Dubois, like it says on your police badge. Wait, what kind of name is Harrier? It's a wartime name. Revolutionary. The kind mothers give their sons during troubled times, like Undying, or Boxer, or Ironhide. A name like armor. But I don't want to be Harry Dubois. Why? It's a cool name. I like it. He shrugs. Besides, you're Harry anyway. No one's ever called Harrier. He's not going to call you Harrier. He'll keep calling you officer when he's angry with you, and detective when he's not. The badge in your hand. Okay, hold on. Let me see if we can go through this again. We can accept it. Harrier Dubois it is then. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Harrier Dubois. Rank, Lieutenant 2 Junior FR? Lieutenant Double Yefroitois? I don't know. What is a Lieutenant Double Yefroiter? The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant. And Double Yefreiter? The title of Yefreiter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank, in your case, captain. The lieutenant explains. You have declined twice, thus you're a double Yefreiter. Declined? There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's décompagé might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors, out of respect. And sometimes, he continues, they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank, in your case, lieutenant. Heavy-duty case-solving machine. What is décompagé? Décompagé is the hierarchical system employed by the Revocol Citizens Militia. It means counting down to twos. The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then, pardon me, There are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, and a captain. That's basically it, except for a few kinks. What kinks? Kinks like satellite officers and the additional Yfritra ranks I already explained. The long and short of it is, you're his superior. Oh. Wait, satellite officers? You were given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted through the ranks and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite. So you've been putting up with all my bullcrap because I'm your superior? No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional approach, you're doing good police work. It matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. He smiles encouragingly. And now we've even found your badge. He trusts you for now. Try not to spoil it. I thought my rank was drunk, we can say. And he says, yes, apparently you've had a rather successful career in the past, and he pauses to examine you. This leads me to believe maybe your current situation is only temporary. Thanks, this gives me hope, we can say. Good, he says with a wink and a smile. We can turn back to the document. Serial Rev 126205 Jam 41. That's just the serial number. Revocol Jamrock Precinct 41, with some numbers thrown in there for good measure. The date of issue, the 7th of November 50, 4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant W. Freder. A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been doing well there. The case created a lot of edge you have to take off. The death march really gets us going. A lot can happen in 4 months, especially in winter. The winters are never easy on you, of that you are sure. And the horrid necktie pipes in. I remember that time. The tie around your neck feels tight suddenly. That was a good time. We had a good work/drink balance going then. What happened, man? Pump it up. Precinct 41? Yes, it's the designation of your Precinct 41. Like mine says 57. The 57th is mostly industrial harbor. A lot of asphalt. The 41st is... He stops. What? It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money is what it is. It's no wonder you are like you are, he thinks. But then again, says Kim, a faint smile forming on his face. It's a legendary district, and a hell of a station, too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price McCoy, Berdyevyeva. And you? Is it an honor to work with you? Don't ask him. Ask yourself. We can put the badge away. All right, Douglas says that we missed some stuff over here, and he's right. More money. Footprints in the snow. They lead away from the accident. Oh no. Seems the walker was either very confused or drunk out of his mind. Oh, I wonder who this is gonna be. A creaking ahead. A broken axle grinding. There's a boat tucked away underneath the tarpaulin cover. Through the broken glass, dusty shelves, and a forgotten chair. All right, let's hop inside really quick. It's almost midnight. We do need to sleep, but I'm really curious about those footprints. You see a dark red chair in the dim light of the room. It's only a red chair, just a red chair in an empty shack with what looked like a dusty bow tie on the shelf. Nothing to see here, right? Hey, Kim, where are we? In someone's abandoned shack on the coast in Martinez. He looks at you. in Rivicol. He's afraid you've forgotten suddenly. Well, what's with the red chair? Nothing. Just a piece of furniture. He looks at the chair, gathering dust. Red paint is peeling off. Looks like blood, no? Could our suspect be staying here? Here? He looks around. I don't see any signs of recent habitation. This place is abandoned. See? He doesn't like the vibration from the red chair either. All right, let's move on. Now, there was something here. A cold breeze is enough to make the wall planks creak. Coal City 08. This postcard depicts a forest of smokestacks releasing fat plumes of smoke into blue, cloudless sky. The tinge of age, the color of old teeth, gives it a sickly look. Written on the back is a single sentence repeated twice. I got out. I got out. No address. Bowtie! +2 to drama. Oh, yeah. Ooh, maybe we can pass that drama check with Cavalge, whatever her name is now. +2 to drama. Yes! Sounds of life in the north. A washboard. Scrums. Filth from fabric. I mean, scrubs filth? Oh, this is the village. Cinder blocks, charred, a makeshift fire pit with magazines for lighting. The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting. The lieutenant looks down the street. We can sit on benches after we solve the murder. Let's go. You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time with the lieutenant when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone. Okay, I have a feeling we're starting to explore a village that I want to explore after I figure out exactly what those footprints are for. The footprints are mine. They lead away from the crash site. I need to find out where they go. So let's go back up to where they were, and I bet you they're going to lead there, but I want to see the path I took. The underside of the boat has recently been tarred. Hello, what's this? Oh no, is it going to make me go all the way down? It is. Okay, so I can't get there from here. Oh, there's a dock. Oh. A whetting stone. Well worn and covered with rust. White curtains have been drawn shut. No looking in. Alice Gwen? You see dust-covered linens, dried tulips on a bed. Hey! We got some intersolidary trousers. +1 to Kingdom of Conscience. Oh, that's a first. And this leads us back to where we were. Okay. There's the bench. Let's talk on the dock here.
Aye, officer.
A woman in a raincoat stands on the quay, considering an overturned boat. A sword in a scabbard hangs from her hip.
Anything I can help you with?
It depends. Where are we exactly?
A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elysium.
Why?
The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place.
The wind rattles her earrings. I've got questions. The first is, what's your name?
The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions, and that was actually the second one.
Ask her about the cool sword. Helps to break the ice. Okay, nice sword. We can point at the scabbard on her hip. Does it come with a story? Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. She smiles at her own joke. It's to intimidate folks, mostly. Hold on, do you know how to use it? Not really. She glances at the blade. I know some basic moves, and I know it sure as hell beats a knife when you're in a tough spot. Oh, it is imposing, and we can nod. And she says, it's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy, just for intimidation. Why do you need intimidation tactics? Well, from time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men, and believe me, she adds, tittering, men need a lesson in manners from time to time. Why don't more women arm themselves if it's so effective, we can ask. And she says, what makes you think we haven't? And she smiles. The truth is that almost everyone in this life is scared and tired and stupid and too dull for that. That goes for men too, but they put on an act for us, pretend like everything's good and living in crap doesn't bother them, like anyone falls for that. That does not go for real men. It does not go for you. Show her. Show her the wonder. Coach means the expression. Oh, behold! We can point to the expression on our face. Her eyes meet yours, and suddenly she starts laughing. It's hoarse, as if she hasn't laughed in a while. Do you like it? We can say. Sure. Her face straightens. It looks as if you could face down any horror in the world with that same unchanging grin. It's like a shield. The traces of her laughter are still there, in her eyes, fading fast. Can I borrow the sword? No, I'm afraid not. Her eyes are smiling as her hand moves to the hilt, attempting to confiscate the blade I use to keep these animals in check. You would put me in an early grave. So where are all of the men now? Some went to patch their wounds, their lessons learned. Others were more thick-headed. She looks down, and one of them I ended up marrying. Wait, why if they're thick-headed? Guess I enjoyed the way he bled. Her expression doesn't change. It's hard to say if it's a joke. If it is, then why the melancholy? Where's your husband now? Gone. Gone where? To the waves. Her eyes stopping yours. The sea took him. It was a long time ago. That's bad. What happened? Who knows? Maybe he fell over. She shrugs. He didn't respect the sea. Went out there drunk like a skunk. And sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles. She really liked those sinewy muscles, though. It's the way she pronounces sinewy. Oh, God. Yeah, death is nothing. I crap on death. Wow, okay. You should have thrown yourself in the waves after him. We can nod sagely. Time really is the best cure for sorrow, isn't it? Or we can say it's healthy to let go and move on. Gotta keep the wheels spinning. Well, we're superstars, so let's say, yeah, death is nothing. I crap on death. And she goes, I don't. But us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. She crosses her arms. I buried him. I mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and I went on. She glances at the village where 2 little kids are playing with what looks like rocks. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids. There is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her. I see. This is neither a touchy nor an interesting topic for her. She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action. Oh, God. Do it, says Horrific Necktie. Hit on the widow. It's the right thing to do. Physical or electrochemistry and the Horrific Necktie just want us to keep on getting ourselves into trouble. Oh, we got to pass a suggestion check, and it's heroic. Kim's presence makes it awkward, and we don't know a good spot yet. That's a -6. You're telling me we could do this later on? All right, well, then I'm going to wait. I mean, it is white, but I'm going to wait. So what do you do around here? Like I said, she says, I fish mostly, sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick the nets. Right now, I'm tarring a little skiff. What else we can ask? And she says, I sell fish to the people in the Delta to serve at their fancy restaurants. Authentic Insulindian cuisine. Is that enough to make a living? Sometimes I also walk the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises. Milos says, how dare she expose us like that? I know. Poor Harry here. Interesting. What have you found? Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies, human, animal, fish, or other sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once. She looks at the beach and continues. Bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general, but most of the time it's just wood and glass. All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely. Oh, God. Mines! Mines! All you need is mines. Major choice moment. I can only ask one of these once. I need to know about the human bodies. A mine? The RCM could use a mine. Where is it? Drugs? I need info on this. Major narc, and we can point to ourselves. This place looks bad. Why did you leave? Or why don't you leave? Or okay, enough about this place. Let's ask about the human bodies. Well, you're barking under the wrong tree then, officer. She shakes her head. I have no interest in floaters. Seen enough of them in my life already. A very unattractive bunch. I'm looking for some, or actually first, let's ask about the skiff. Sure is. The Sun, I call her, coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time to dry, assuming the sunny days continue. I'm looking for someone. Maybe you can help? Let's see. She tilts her head ever so slightly. Who are you looking for? Oh, I'm looking for missing cryptozoologists. Ugh, she frowns, thinking, I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate? There are people who look for imaginary animals. Aha, she exclaims. Like snowmen. Snowmen? I haven't heard about those. 2 odd guys have been wandering around here, nose in the sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like. Wait, the like? Right, she nods. Not only snowmen, also green men, monkey men, and burning rhinos. You get the picture. Oh, you're getting it. And it is gorgeous. Wait, where did they go? I don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I think. I mean, that's where they were headed. She points north. Who else are you looking for besides the snowmen? A working class husband. This is the missing husband of the lady that we saw by the library, or by the bookstore. Yeah, I'm not really looking for that anymore. Not much into the middle class ones either, she sighs. I could use some landed gentry, but apparently they don't make those anymore. The husband isn't for me, we can say. I'm looking for him for his wife. Wish I could help you with that, but I haven't seen your working class husband. Maybe I can help you find someone else? I'm looking for a suspect who might have stayed in this neighborhood. Okay, when did this person stay here? Very recently, we can say. Over the past few days. She might have arrived on Friday. Oh, she looks slightly disappointed. I've been out on the sea for most of the past week. The weather's been good for fishing, so I usually start at 4 in the morning. Really, we can say? And she says, yes, that's the optimal time. Got to make the most of the calm. I've been sleeping like a corpse after. The sea really takes its toll. Now I'm just waiting for the wind to settle to get out there again. Sorry I couldn't help you out. A faint smile runs across her face. Maybe I can find you help someone else, or I can help you find someone else. That's it. I'm not looking for anyone else right now, we can say. And she says, really? Are you sure you're not also looking for Nadia Harkencourt or Ignis Nielsen or the great lost city of A's under the waves? I am looking for a lot of stuff, ain't I? We can ask. And she says, a lot of stuff? She concurs with a smile. Ha! I guess so. Doesn't feel like a lot to me. I could be doing more. Maybe there's someone missing from your life? Oh, And she chuckles. There's plenty missing, but that's too much for even an eager terrier like you to handle, although you do seem very thorough. Tell me instead, is there something else I can help you with? So we need to come back and talk to her when Kim isn't around. All right. What are these doing in the fish? Boots! Hey! Cavalry boots. Sweet, we're getting all sorts of stuff. No Name says, there are no drugs, just perfectly preserved pies. That they are. Now, the shields are -1 to savoir-faire, and this is +1 to perception. So these are overall a much better offering. And the pants are -1 to savoir-faire and +1 to Kingdom of Conscience. So those are overall a better choice. Moralist pants. So the bow tie is +2 to drama, but the necktie is +1 to Inland Empire, and it gives us dialogue options. I'm going to be sad to take it off, but let's keep it on for now. So each of these has a negative, really. Wow, so much are negative to logic. This is the only one with positive to logic. Let's put a different shirt on. Didn't we have a better shirt? We had a shirt that didn't have any negative effects. Yeah, this one. +1 to logic. And then those gloves are half light, but we really like interfacing as well. So let's put the interfacing one back on. And then hat. Let's go back to Dick Mullen's hat. These are some wonderfully regular pants. Not too tight, not too loose. Moderate in every sense. You'll blend right in at some pleasant dinner party. I like regular, normal things, we can say. I know you do, says Volition. These intersolary pants are like wearing a perfect compromise in your nether regions. No one will call you a moral intern, call the moral intern on you like this, that's for sure. And we heal some morale. You're a little more moralist now, buddy. A little more normal, even if you don't want to be. Okay. This boat is floating freely in the water unmoored. Hey, there she is. Ooh, it's past midnight. The planks creak beneath your weight. The ladder leads to a school of fish swimming in the kelp.
I'll just keep the cordially in the channel if that's okay. It's too shallow near the pier.
She winds the mooring line around the post.
Hi, ma'am. And it's a jetty, by the way.
Of course, jetty. I prefer a good jetty to appear any day. Jetty.
Hello, ma'am, we can say.
Hello, detectives.
She fastens the end of the line around the post and straightens her back.
It's good to see you here. I only just arrived myself.
What brings you here, madame?
Nothing, really. I've had my eye on this jetty for weeks now. So I decided to investigate it personally. This cluster of buildings isn't on any of the official maps, as far as I can tell.
So how do you like it here?
How do I like it?
She casts her gaze towards the village. Slush, melting on the cinder blocks. Construction work, left half finished 10 years ago. Water drips down eaves of Eternite. The jetty below her feet creaks to the tune. The smell of salt and dog crap in the background.
It's pornographically poor. The street has no name. All the men are dead or missing. And is that the carcass of a motor carriage over there?
She squints her eyes.
I'm surprised that woman hasn't put me to the sword yet. Maybe she will. You should ask your questions while you can.
Dark eyes survey the coast leading up to Martinez. Dull gray metal rests in her scabbard, a sword. The wind is too loud for her to hear.
Fortunately for you, madame, the RCM is on the scene.
Real men, real politics, real thoughts in your head. Number of options. You're right to be scared. This is all your fault. You're in no danger. And then we can whisper, the working class have no idea what's happening to them. Try not to be scared. This is just how the real city looks, or this place is doomed either way, or we can say nothing. I guess I don't understand the implications of each of these. I don't want to say this is all your fault, because I don't think it is all her fault. I also don't want to be condescending towards the working class by saying this one. I don't want to insinuate that she doesn't know what a real city looks like by saying this one. I also don't want to be fatalistic saying that this place is doomed, so I'm going to say nothing. She could easily just... She leans against the railing, looking up at the gray sky. Above you, there forms a quilt of altocumulus clouds twisting into each other. The wind tugs and stretches them over the bay. Their cloud shadows slide over the ruins of Revacol West. Wherever they pass, the temperature drops slightly but perceptibly. It's early spring, and the rains are coming. An officer enters a low hut of stone and wood. Inside, weapons are piled against the walls, rifles with splintering stocks and swords. Tens, if not hundreds. They're antiques, says Lieutenant John, the archetype McCoy to his partner. They're digging them up from the catacombs now, fixing them. Old caches from the Revolution. The children carry them. Come May, the streets will be flooded. Outside, the wind rattles the loose hatches, flooded with cheap weapons in angry hands. Have I told you how they discovered this place? The wind picks up, her raincoat flaps in the gust. This fishing village? No, the Insulindian Isola. What is an Isola exactly? I'm guessing you don't know then? No, you haven't told me how they found it. Well, your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is about 45% west of the river. 50 years of occupation have left these people in an oblivion of poverty. "45% is around where I operate. Things are getting better, though." I knew you would sympathize, and she nods. Most Revacolians will never know what this place means, our home, this island of matter, or why they were ferried over in the first place. Remind me to tell you one day. She corrects the scarf around her neck. For now, how can I assist you in this new location? Tell me now. We have time, we can say. And Kim says, do we? He glances his watch. It doesn't look like he does. I hear you have singled out a suspect and are in pursuit. This is cause for cautious optimism. I would not want to delay you. This story she will tell it only before she leaves Martinez at the very end of her stay. Maybe there is something else I can assist you with while you're in hot pursuit. I found my badge, we can say. By love you did. She inspects the piece of blue plastic, her eyes scanning it from left to right. She hands it back to you. Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant Double Yeffre de Bois. I am glad to see a man of high qualification. The situation is precarious. Seaweed drips from the badge in your hand. It smells of fish. What can I help you with, Lieutenant Yeffreter? How about you share your information on the lynching, now that you've seen his badge? The goalposts have moved, Lieutenant, says Joyce. In the absence of the badge, I have informed my employer there will be a probe. I cannot rescind that promise. She smiles apologetically. To my knowledge, the drivers are still at the roundabout. I will tell you everything I know when you've finished with them. This was your plan all along, we can say, and she shakes her head vigorously. My plan is to share information. The only way to do that now is by telling my employers you've kept your end, which I hope you will, because let me tell you, we are in dire waters. How bad can the info she has be? The sooner the probe is finished, the sooner I can share crucial information with you. She takes a sip of tea. Now, is there anything else I can do for you in the meanwhile? Tea, perhaps? That's locked. Tattoos. Wild Pines. I wanted to talk about the drugs. There we go. I heard something about a complex operation earlier. This adds up. Then Joyce nods. I'm glad to hear, officer. I'm sure you'll find out just what this means soon enough. And that's it. I spoke with the lorry man. Hey, there we go, finally. She says, yes, my eyes on the harbor have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered? Wait, where exactly are these eyes located, we can ask. And she says, it doesn't really matter. And I do apologize for the surveillance. Wild Pines can't afford to be blind at a time like this. In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it. If I may ask, will there be an official investigation? I assume you discovered there is an operation? The lieutenant is about to interject. Cut him off. This decision should be yours. Yes, I should decide, we can say, or let the lieutenant handle it. If there is an investigation, it will be part of an ongoing operation, subject to confidentiality. I'm sure you understand. Of course, detectives, she says, her tone more cautious suddenly. In any case, you've held up your end of the arrangement. I trust you with the rest. Now it's my turn. I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on our hands. The words bloodbath sound cold in her mouth. They taste of iron and strawberries. Ew. What was that about a bloodbath, we can say? And she says, yes, I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of Revocol West. Since you're sharing, ma'am, this is also the RCM's worst-case scenario, says Kim. Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be. And we can say, I've already heard about the connection between the lynching and the strike, but I need your testimony. And she says, I have an indirect role to play. I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail. A momentary lapse of faith, we can say. And she says, they were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer. Every worker, Kim says. A member of the board, she nods. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric or a joke. They did not appreciate the humor. Do you need a security detail, we can ask? And she says, absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the union into surrendering. Who are they exactly? Krenel, an Orange's military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, our relationship is deteriorating. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment. So what happened, says Kim? The story is one of them, the colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman. While he was drunk and separated from his unit, this allowed some of the more militant union members to subdue him. He was taken up behind the whirling and rags and lynched last Saturday night. What then, we can ask, and she says nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbor. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Krenel contractors carry out their orders for now. For now? It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executioners will follow. What is the nature of this so-called investigation, says Kim, and Joyce says whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants. It'll be all of them. The decision is already made. Sarah R. says, gotta go to work as the mysterious masked waitress, spreading my good tip karma onto you, Oxhorn. Coffee, cheers. Coffee, Sarah. I hope you get many tips for your masks. Have a good time. Maybe the investigations can team up, share resources and intelligence. They won't, says Joyce. My only hope is that yours provides a single concrete suspect before they indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put, she leans against the wooden planks, if you don't pin this on someone good, and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This, in turn, will force the Union to respond. They would have to project strength and power. The Deboisdaires have over 2,000 men. It'll be 1,000 to 1, says Kim. Have you ever seen a hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant, says Joyce. She leans back. It's not pretty. These men work in tandem using semi and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons. Even yours. Most Union workers don't have small guns at all. She is silent for a moment, then concludes, as I said, a bloodbath. I can't see it happen, we can say, hopefully. Too many things would have to go wrong first. Joyce says too many things have already gone wrong. She looks at you, eyes damp from the wind. Lieutenant W. Fretter Dubois. All we can do is keep that which has not from following suit. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse the situation. What can you tell me about Krennel? We can ask. Not much. Their public resume is relatively good. As far as private military contractors go, I believe they were once called Downwell. Down a deep black well. They boast a long list of clients. St. Baptiste, Welkman Lawrence, Indirect. A warning sign, however, the operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries, guarding facilities, escort missions, and such, meaning they're used to operating in war zones. Yes, all the good conflict corridors, Supramundi, Yesuit, Semines Islands, countries that don't have a good record reporting atrocious military conduct on their soil. Okay, anything else you got on them? Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have the resources, she thinks. If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though, she thinks. Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and the ICP, ma'am? Asks Kim. And Joyce says, in my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I would be dealing with a group like Krennel. Could you contact the company, tell them to call them off? I have, says Joyce, and they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us. You said the deceased assaulted a woman, we can say. And Joyce says, or he didn't. She tilts her head. This information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify to it. Who did the passing on then, we can ask. And she says, the remaining contractors, their tribunal, it's what they believe. What did these teenagers by the canal say? That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story in Martinez. And Kim says this does not come as news to you, but still he exchanges a glance with us. To your knowledge, where did this assault take place, if you know? Last Sunday night at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly the colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics too. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him. We're both here to do the same thing. We're trying to defuse this situation. I don't think she's dangerous. I think she is trying to call off the people who are dangerous. So sharing information with her doesn't make me uncomfortable. So we can say, I know the woman you're talking about. We have it under control. And she says, good. And you've made progress. It's imperative that you move fast. The tribunal will not be patient. This colonel, we can say, the one who was hanged, did you know him? And Joyce says, if you mean, did I see him alive? Yes, but I did not know him. His name was Lely. His service name, a nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one. Tell me about the others first. One is a man, Corty they call him, a nickname as well. The other is a woman, Phyllis DePaul. Corty is the gunner, I believe. DePaul is a radio operator. The lieutenant cuts in. What would you say was his eye color, the deceased? She closes her eyes, trying to picture the man's face, then shakes her head. I can't remember. There's a pang of regret to her voice. That's all right, ma'am. Anything else? Nationality? What would you say was his age? He was 40 or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age or gauge his facial expressions. This matches the dental reconstruction we saw on the body. And Class J is also mentioned it, I believe, he says to you. Then he turns back to Joyce. What else? Nationality, accent. He was Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent. Orangese or Messinian, maybe. His injury gave him an accent all his own. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it, through the injury. She nods. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once. Where are the remaining 2 mercs now? They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. She raises a cautionary finger. For one, they're likely to be armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revocol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting. Vigilantes? You're a professional officer of the only legitimate authority in Revocol. Vigilantes, we can say. The RCM gets its authority from the Coalition. Where does theirs come from? Somehow I doubt that lecturing them on the legitimate use of force will persuade them to stand down. Well, we still need to know where they are. And she says, you're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved. We can pass a red check. It can't be retried. Where are these mercenaries? We can ask. We got 1 point by being sent to the Pines. 1 point. Scab leader murder bad reply. Clothes didn't fit right. Scab leader built like a brick. Didn't pass the background check. Oh, the guy in the middle of the street, urging everybody to protest. We can pass it. One is obviously the scab leader at the harbor gates, the one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise. The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers. One must be the goon in ill-fitting work clothes by the harbor gates, the scab leader. And she says that may be so. She is poised and unperturbed. I still hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the hornet's nest. Kim says, for all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gates is a powder keg. Does this not bother you? Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant, she says, but my hands are tied. How would my employer react if it appeared I were intervening on behalf of the union? Your concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace. And then we can say one is probably in a building overlooking the roundabout. And she says that would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's practically inaccessible. Where is your radio for contacting them? If I may ask, do you have an earpiece? And she says, heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. There's a short wave at the ship's vessel wheel. She nods towards the sloop cabin. I had another question for you, we can say. How much time do we have? And she says, until the execution start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the member of the lynch mob and their impatience. They don't report their progress to you? And she says, no, not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative. There is a brief silence. Seagulls squawk over the bay. 5 days. Not more. Maybe sooner. It's a matter of days, not weeks, says Joyce. Well, that's enough for now. I'm sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. Is there anything else I can help you with? Please ask. Now, can you tell me about these tattoos and we can show her the photo? Of course. Excuse my hesitation before. She reaches over the guard wire and takes the photo, holds it in her hand for about half a minute in silence. She wears fingerless gloves. Her fingernails are cut short and fractured, like those of a working woman. It is taken with a trigot not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on his hands or legs. We can stay quiet and observe the woman's expression. Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearls of her eyes move slowly over the photo's surface. What do you think, we can ask? Sorry, she breaks her concentration. I was trying to see if I could read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars. She points to one of the on the photo paper. I can't, but that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, or anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent. Like vias on a microcircuit? And she says, close, and she nods. Port cities. This is an Orangeanese map of the waterways. A sailor's tattoo, worn by wayfarers of the DeLorean century over 300 years ago. The sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels. What is the use of this map, we can ask? And she says the sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver cord, they would call it. Where is he now? This one is going nowhere but to the morgue. Or we can say, I've spoken to him, for now his soul is fastened inside his corpse, and she remains unfazed. That is precisely what the sailors feared when they drew these maps, a fear of drowning within one's own corpse. What travels did the dead man make, we can ask, and she says quite a few. Vreed Fort, the Orangeanese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder. She points to it on the photo. He started somewhere near here, I think. What's next, says Kim. Then he made his way to the Preto Grande, through what I think must be Strads Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Preto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean. First the Simones Islands, then this, and she points to his heart. Revacol, she says. Those are the two constants. Vreed Fort on the shoulder and Revacol on the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of the Insulinde at the dawn of the Intersolidary Age. Intersolary Age. You said you can't read it, says Kim. And she says, I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographical fragments, but not their meaning. Somewhere in an office lit by a single green desk lamp, Captain Ptolemaeus Price, 58, bald and bespectacled, is writing in a ledger on his desk. Rows and rows of days and weeks, laconic remarks in a single column. Patrol, case, vacation, injured. In Martinez, looking into Krenol, he writes in one. Then the man puts down his pen and rubs his temples with both hands. Outside there is a siren, distant gunshots on the streets of the general quarter. This man is no bother of mine, but this is his service to history. That makes sense to me, says Joyce. We have no more use of the map of the waterways, for a map of the waterways, just like we don't need sailors the way we used to. This is what the custom would morph into on the Occident, mercenary tattoos. Who could tell me more, we could ask, and she says, his platoon members, the other contractors, though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture. This man was their friend and comrade. Challenge accepted! I say we do it, says Physical Instrument. I'm curious as to what happens, so we'll mark it down and say, I need more information. And she says, do what you have to do, Detective Dubois. I do not think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security, but if you should wade into the mob to find out, I couldn't stop you. We will be careful, ma'am, says Kim. That's all for the tattoos. Thank you for your help, we can say. And that's everything with Joyce. Well, it's 1 a.m. can't see into the house from this angle. Inside, you hear the cozy sound of some kind of heater sputtering. It's locked tight. Nope. No, I guess we can't use that for it. Let's talk to the old lady. The woman next to a bucket of clothes hums an odd melody. Her eyes are
Welcome
closed.
to the fishing village.
She
Please
opened-
lean in closer. I have cataracts.
Okay, let's lean forward.
Oh,
A
welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble around here. And we don't want any trouble either.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Trouble, says the horrific necktie. Say the second thing, Breton. Shows you got style. We could say, we're cops. Hellraisers. Click, click, bang, bang. Well, let's not harass this poor old lady. We'll say what he said. We're cops. We don't cause trouble. We take care of trouble.
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of trouble then. Which you did. But still, in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen.
Wait, I've been here before?
No, not you personally. I meant the RCM. Some of the men got into a fight. One of them killed another. Locked himself in that woodshed over there.
She points to the building behind her.
He was brooding, needed some help opening the door. You got it open for him and took him to think about what he'd done in a more secluded place. Somewhere more quiet.
She says it as if he was one on some kind of spiritual retreat. What kind of ill omen are we talking
Oh,
about?
the usual. Dark tidings. Black hound.
That's you, all right. A black hound licking your own heels. Shall we get fatalistic and despondent? I am an ill omen, all right. Or if I'm considered an ill omen, why hasn't anyone told me that? Let's do that.
Maybe we are afraid.
Why?
Because you're an ill omen, but you're still welcome here, as long as men with guns aren't chasing you. And maybe even then, because that's the kind of fishing village we've built. I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park your motor carriage, and not a lot of houses, or a lot of people. My kids are long gone, searching for treasure. So are others. Ah, look at me ramble on. What brings you to us?
Have you seen a red-haired woman named Ruby around the coast? But wait, didn't we learn that she dyed her hair blue? Or no, it was pink, then blue, which can explain why it's now red, because she tended to dye her hair as part of her disguise. Nay, she says, I haven't seen anyone lately. Okay, but do you know who I'm talking about? You can ask. And she says, this is my little cinderblock town. She nods with a wrinkled smile. I know what goes on around here. She's being evasive. She knows something. Kim says there was a murder in Martinez. He points east. She might be a suspect. We would appreciate your help. Would you now? She turns to him. I know how this world works, and it doesn't work when people tell on each other. This is like when the man locked himself in the woodshed. We just need to help her come out. And she says, no, it's not like the man. With him, we called you. Right now, you just arrived by yourself, like a raven, plucking at the window glass. I see. You know something, but you've decided not to tell us, we can say. And she says, there's not much to tell. People come and go. Now, was there something else? And Kim says, I see, ma'am. The lieutenant turns to you. I hope you don't mind if we look around anyway. Logic. Ruby was here. You know it. You need to look into these shacks, especially hers. Ask her about lodgings. Where could someone stay around here, we can ask, and she says stay. Most people here are trying to leave. That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack. Her soapy thumb points to the building behind her. How much is it, we can ask, and she says, I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM. Yes! We don't have to pay at the Whirling and Rags. All right. Okay, I'll take it, we can say. I'll just dispense with all of that. Take the keys to our new home. Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the police, she says. A key appears from under her apron, and she hands it to you. Kim says, well, if you're not going to the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you. He looks around and adds, here, in a shack. He's a little relieved you're no longer in that room. Should he? This environment encourages one thing and one thing only, drinking. And the horrific necktie says, finally, you have those lamos of Martinez off your back, Bratan. This looks like a great place to bring chicks. Oh, God, that necktie. What's in this fishing village, we can ask? And she says, just us. She sounds tired. It's barely a village anymore. We almost don't exist. What do you mean, we can ask? And she says, this is pretty much a non-place. And she grins, a gap, a blank spot on the map. Just a cluster of nameless shacks on a nameless street. There's got to be something here. Tell me, we can insist. And she says, well, she waves her hand southwest. Over there you can find more of the same. Shacks and trees growing wild. That's the pox. Between here and Jamrock, a dusty sea of old trees, all covered in industrial soot. Small houses under them, an overgrown park. The pox? What's that? An old military hospital and its surroundings. She looks towards the buildings to the south, where it used to be during the time of the suzerain. After the war, it was turned into a goodwill hospital for shell-shocked veterans and folks looking for some quiet in the old sanatorium gardens. Now the area is crisscrossed with nameless streets and makeshift cinder-block houses, shacks as far as the eye can see. What happened to the hospital, we can ask? And she says, the goodwill ran out. She tightens the scarf around her neck. The staff left and the place was shut down. It's long gone by now. Well, who else lives in this village, we can ask? And she says, well, there's Lillian and her kids. A few new folks live in the houses just to the east. She nods her head across the courtyard. But they're away right now. And then there's the drunks, and she sighs. Not a pretty sight. But there's little we can do about it. Home is home, even for them. Lillian is tough, she nods. Tougher than the men here, at least. If it wasn't for her and the kids, this place wouldn't have had a spark of life left. I haven't seen any drunks yet, though, we can say. And she says, sooner or later, you'll see for yourself. She slowly shakes her head. Don't have to look long to find these guys. Is there a way to make a little money around here, we can ask? And she says, here? For you? She lets out a dry chortle. No, officer. The only money we have here is some coins the drunks tried hiding from their women and then forgot about. Under carts, boats, in little boxes. It's not hard to find. All right, there's another topic I want to discuss, and she nods, rinsing another piece of cloth. What's further down the coast? Not much, she replies and wipes her forehead. There's an abandoned church, the DeLorean Church of Humanity. It's been there since before my time, even. Why is it abandoned? Some things just don't fly, officer. She smiles a gap-toothed smile and smells the air. Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been nicer then. So they don't hold services there anymore? The Ecclesiastes? No, the Ecclesiastes? No, they've tried. But things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays open. She frowns. It's a pity. It used to be such a nice church. She's not telling you all she knows. Keep her talking. I get the feeling that you're leaving stuff out. What else is going on? Well, there's that music. Music from across the sea. She scoffs. It started a few days ago, and now it's blasting, even through the night. And now suspicious-looking people are sneaking around the church. I don't like that. Perhaps the mysterious music is somehow connected to the case? Rusalka, or a half-demonic Apsara singing? What else is down the coast? Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. Run down bunch of houses, empty. Which is it then, apartments or electrical plant? I don't know exactly, she says. A pre-war place, it used to be something, she shrugs. Before the war. I wasn't there then, you know. I was born in Samara. Anything else of note? Of note? The old fish market's up on the boardwalk, but it's closed. Who'd want to come to a fish market here? No one. That's why it's closed, she says. And after a long pause, she adds, it was once a bustling place, back when I was young, and so was everyone else. Now, what catch we do bring in goes straight into a lorry for the Delta, or somewhere else. That's it? There's got to be more along the coast. And she says, what? You're one of those real estate people with big plans? If you want a development opportunity, you can check out the abandoned building over at Land's End. Used to be a supply depot, we think, sending goods and ammo across the bay. It's jammed shut, though. We tried to get in, see if there was anything to sell or scavenge, but it's impossible. Nothing is impossible, surely. She drops a bar of soap into the bucket with a splash. And now you know everything there is to know about this coast. Well, tell me about yourself. What exactly are you doing here? And she says, me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel, if that's what you're asking. And my married name is Sadie. Now, it's your turn, mister. Now that we have our ID, we can say, my name is Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau, with a sigh. And she says, your parents must have had big plans for you. She pauses, measuring you up and down. Wonder if you measured up? The question mark, we failed this composure check. The question mark must be prompted by your sloppy posture. Straighten your back, man. All right, well, goodbye, I'm off. Okay, we can sleep in the inn, and not too soon. It's almost 2 in the morning. The street sign is illegible below the graffito. Construction material. Whoever planned to build this house left in a hurry. Well, I should probably go sleep. 9 minutes until the 4-hour mark, says Tony. You're kidding me. Holy cow. Oh, this broadcast has gone by so fast. Well, let's see what's inside the shack. The door has seen better days. The layer of paint has started to peel off due to the salt and wind from the sea. Even the lock looks slightly rusted. We can unlock the shack door with the key. It's getting late, says Kim. I'll let you sweep this place on your own. I'm sure you can handle the washerwoman. I'll be sleeping in my room at the Whirling. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning. I'll sleep here then, we can say. See you in the morning, and we can keep turning the key. Good night, says Kim, and he smiles. And try not to break the case without me. We can enter the shack. Watch, we find something inside that just busts this case wide open. Ooh, we've got a new mirror here. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, such as it is without the expression. It's just Harry. And this is still locked. Let the mirror be for now. We can look out the window. You see the waves, the sea, and a church. There is something on the table. A wash basin. On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash. Is shaving the right call? The water reflects back a vague image of your face, nose bulbous and red, hair unkempt, wrinkles lining the eyes and forehead. The stash is gigantic. You'll be looking like a pansy without the chops. A doggone pansy, says physical instrument. We could pass a hand-eye coordination check to shave, to get those mutton chops off. But man, I kind of like the mutton chops. Let's do a hard save just to see. Hold on. What's this? The floorboards creak under your step. Let's do a hard save. I actually like the facial furniture, but let's see what would happen if we pass this. Like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman, you use the small mirror and the straight razor with some soap to remove all that unkempt hair from below the nose line. Oh, look at that! The sharp blade chafes against your skin, producing a scratching sound. The surface underneath the beard feels tender. The air brushing against it is chilly. We can feel your clean-shaven cheeks. We gain healed morale. They feel so smooth, surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness overcomes you, as if you just came from a cold bath. Was shaving the right call? The water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose, unkempt hair, and persistent swelling, you look a little younger, maybe? Your face, such as it is, a regular human face, sans the expression. He looks miserable. I like my beard. Let's load it and get that beard back. Not getting rid of those mutton chops. Oh, yeah, that's the way to be. That's what I like. All right, in the box. Old science fiction magazines, books about bird watching, an almanac from '39. This intricate heat engine hums quietly, giving out pleasant warmth. And we get the shivers. A brisk coastal wind still howls against the window of the shack. Occasionally, the waves crawl in under the foundation, producing a low hum. We can listen. The room feels muffled, like you pulled your hat over your ears. Outside, it is cold and windy, but you're inside, and it feels safe and warm. What is this place to you? Lots of options. We got to decide. This is my new hangout, where I could silently sit, drink, and die while looking at the waves roll in. My forward base for the coastal part of the operation. It's free. That's good enough. I could live here. A possible resting spot for my fugitive is what it looks like. Looks like this is my new home. Wonder where the old one went. Of all of these, I'm thinking that if a fugitive ran to the seaside to flee me, they would likely stay at the only place they could. A cottage that an old woman gives to them. So a possible resting spot for my fugitive. Waves crash onto the beach, drowning the reeds. Far to the south, a congregation gathers to a soup kitchen and a shelter for the homeless. An old woman gives out knitted scarves for free. Far to the southeast, 2 men and a woman dress themselves in ceramic armor. 2 men and a woman? A shortwave radio hisses on the windowsill. One makes a salute. The other drowns in drink. Weapons under the bed. But wait a minute. We learned from Joyce that 3 mercenaries were dispatched. 2 men and a woman. One of those is dead. We found him hanging from the tree. One of them is at the cul-de-sac. The woman is overlooking the cul-de-sac. This is saying southeast. Are these backup reinforcements? A middle-aged man stands in a rundown shack on the edge of a fishing village. Nothing nods. No one salutes him. No sight of the fugitive. Well, we could say thank you, strange sensation, for a fair assessment of the current situation, or we could say no, wait, I changed my mind, I want to choose again. Let's do that. There's no going back. Outside, the howl of the wind has picked up. The waves crash against the stilts again, it's as if you think the thought, but in someone else's voice. Look under the floorboards. As you look, the floorboards in this corner of the shack, it's clear one of them isn't quite level with the others. The edge of the floorboard next to it looks scratched. If my gun is in here, I'm just gonna vomit. We can move the board aside. The hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust. What's in here, we can ask? Nothing particularly catches your eye. Looks like more reeds. There might be something hidden inside the sand, though. Something bad. Someone's night thoughts. A last resort. A bad idea. We can search through the sand and sawdust. You stick your hand and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like the outside. Fine dust, and then something hard wrapped in paper. What is it? A small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet. A 9mm bullet. A bullet? Interesting. The floorboard doesn't care, but maybe the washerwoman does. You have enough to confront her with. Holding the bullet, you get the feeling this isn't ammunition against you. It's for herself. So we found a bullet. And we can't interact with the bullet. I don't see it. Where is it? Well, that appears to be it. Let's sleep, I guess. The bed is comforting, if a bit run down. Still, you've earned a rest. We can go to sleep. Across the room, the heating system hums its soft lullaby. The mattress feels soft and the sheets warm. It only takes you moments for the world to fall away. I like the postcards.
Meaningless keepsakes.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address book, you are. The map of a city.
That's right. I am an agent of the world. But what if I want to be the agent of nothing? Let's do number 2.
It's too late. You're not made of nothing anymore. You're something now, Harry. I tried to drown you in the black water, but you re-emerged, kicking and screaming, running. And for what?
Solving your little crossword puzzles, doing your tasks, crossing names off your lists, trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay. It won't put smoke back in her mouth.
Why?
'Cause only love can break your heart.
We can feel the pillow under our cheek.
Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3 hours last night.
You can do it. It's nothing. Do it for the city. Go. Do it for the wind. And we can open our eyes. Holy crap, man. I'm feeling for Harry, man. Poor old Harry, look at him. Sitting slumped over in that chair. Dealing with the loss of his love life and drinking himself into a stupor. How does he even go on, man? It's awful. Hard save. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of our Monday broadcast. Disco Elysium Part 8. This is not the game I thought I was going to start playing, but it's a game I'm so very grateful to have discovered. The screenshots to the game, I mean, I only looked at screenshots before I started playing the game because I didn't want any spoilers. The screenshots to the game made me think it was more of a traditional RPG, where you would gather team members and build a party and collect gear and equipment and, you know, optimize your character and all of that, but it's not. It's like a visual interactive novel more than anything, and it's so well written. It's one of those games you've got to replay to really get it, because I think there's so much that happened in the first few broadcasts that we can only really appreciate now that we've gotten this far in the plot. And I'm only about halfway through, right? I don't even know where this is going. So yeah, it's a slow-paced, really contemplative game, but there's a place for a game like this, and I'm very grateful that we discovered it and we can go through it together. But that's it for today's broadcast. I've got to let you go. Tomorrow we're going to be doing Wasteland 3, and it's going to be a blast. Another fantastic game that I never thought I would play on this channel, but that I am so glad I did. It's so much fun. So if you're really enjoying this one, if you really enjoyed Wasteland 3, tune in tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock a.m. Pacific time for Wasteland 3 part, I don't even know what part we're on. Part 10, part 9, something like that. We're getting pretty far. Lots of content for you this week. Check out my schedule on Twitter if you haven't already. Be sure to become a member here on YouTube if you want to support me and my live streams and you want to see me continuing to stream here on YouTube. For the weekend, I do plan to have a lore video. I'm going to get to work on it right now to hopefully have that for you in time. But until then, enjoy the rest of your Monday. Get some coffee in you. Enjoy the weather before it gets too wet and rainy out there. We are coming upon fall. But otherwise, have a wonderful rest of your day, and I'll see you tomorrow morning bright and early with a brand new episode. Bye-bye now.